Hello everyone, this is Saving playing Touhou Lost Branch of Legend for my series Learning Lunatic. In this episode, I'm gonna be running through uh, Marisa Kirizame. She has, because for Marisa, I actually enjoy both of her sets. Her spell card on the black set, which would be Marisa, is Vacuum Collapse, deals 32 damage, adds 2 unstable potions to the draw pile. Unstable potions are token cards that mostly Marisa generates. I don't know if the other characters can generate them with when they have access to Marisa's cards, but I don't believe there's any unstable potion cards that are not exclusive to Marisa. These are tokens that, when drawn, you gain energy, deal damage to a random enemy, and you exile the potions. But since they replenish, you don't actually lose that draw. Like, they exile themselves, but they're drawing another card. So in a way, it's like when you get to that part of the deck where they are, you just gain these effects. You're not really losing out on anything. And they are accurate, so they are pretty good against the early, like if you get an early elite that has Grace, for example, like Aja, or you go against the Fairies of Light, and the topmost one, I believe, was Sunny. I'm not 100% sure, but the topmost one is the one that gives everyone Barrier and Grace. It's also good against them. And yeah, generally just strong early attacks. You can generate them off of her spell card, obviously, but also off of her craft potion, on top of other potion cards that she can get during the run. As you can see, this adds 1 stable potion to the draw pile. You draw a card for 2 black mana. So if you, let's say, you draw the potion instantly off of the craft potion draw, you would be dealing 15 damage to a random enemy for a single black mana, because the other mana is you recover from the rainbow mana, and you would be drawing cards as well. So it is a very strong early game card. And on top of the basic cards and the craft potion, Marisa A also has an astrology. This is also another token card, like you can see, not in the card reward pool. So generally you don't have these in your deck. This is just exclusive to Marisa. And the idea is, for 0 mana, you scry 3, draw cards, it exiles, and retains. So this allows you to basically save card draw for future turns. And it works well with the craft potion. It's like you use your craft potion, put a potion into the deck, draw a card. If you didn't draw the potion, you can use your astrology, or scry away cards that are not the potion or that you don't want, and you can draw an extra card that could be the unstable potion you just put in your deck. This is a free card draw. It's a 0 mana cantrip, so 0 mana draws a card. So technically doesn't take up space in your deck. So that mitigates the fact that you do have 11 cards on Marisa, but the deck doesn't really feel bigger than it does with other characters, because you have this 0 mana cantrip here that's Christ. So yeah, that is a very good card to have. Upgrades: Craft Potion Plus draws 2 cards instead of 1, and the first time you use it per combat, it actually draws 3 rather than 2 cards. So pretty decent. And I've mentioned infinites on other runs. Craft Potion Plus is one of the cards that has the most ease going infinite. Let's say you have 2 copies of this and a card that generates energy. You play as soon as you've got a small enough deck, and let's say the only cards in your discard or draw pile are the second copy of Craft Potion Plus and the card that generates energy. So you're spending 1 energy to draw your energy generator and the other Craft Potion, because technically you're spending 2, but you're gonna recover 1 of those from the unstable potions. and this black energy you recover from your energy generator, and you play the other copy of craft potion that you drew with this one to pick up the original craft potion and the energy generated that you just spent. So that is one of the ways that Black Marisa tends to go infinite if you have a small enough deck. So generally, you really like being able to remove cards on this setup. More than most decks, like it's always good to remove cards to like remove your starting cards, get to the better ones. But Marisa specifically on A version really likes having as small a deck as possible if she can, so that she's generally guaranteed to get the potions as soon as possible. Her starting exhibit gives you black mana, and at the start of your first turn each combat adds an occult hand, similar to the splash card that we saw on the Sakya video. 0 mana, you gain 2 mana of a color, in this case black, since this is the black mana Marisa. And this basically allows you to save up mana for other turns. In general, this Marisa can have very powerful setups. Like you save your occult for later, you can save your astrology for later, you can put potions into your deck, and then in a single turn, you get your potions from the astrology, you draw extra cards, you're generating more energy, you just have an extremely explosive turn. So yeah, that can be... those two are generally the ways that I like to build my decks with Marisa if I can. Either going infinite with a lot of powerful card draw and energy generation, with the potions as help, or just powerful cycling that sets up for burst turns, using scry synergies and just cards that generate astrology tokens. Like there's certain block cards and certain attacks that generate just deal damage and add an astrology to your hand, which is technically better than let's say deal damage and draw a card. There's obviously the issues where you're playing, if you're playing a 0 mana card to draw a card, that can cause issues with like Sakuya as a boss, against Seiya on Act 4, because you're playing more cards, you're taking more damage from the giant scissor blades. But in general, as far as deck consistency goes and deck power, adding an astrology is better than just drawing cards. So yeah, that is one of her good options. But on Marisa, unlike like Reimu, I tend to prefer the red set that we did. It's also the most basic. On Sakuya, I like blue Sakuya over white Sakuya by a landslide. But on Marisa, I actually enjoy both her sets. So this was Black Marisa, Marisa A. And Marisa B here has her iconic Master Spark as a spell card. Deals 25 damage to each enemy, accurate. Again, I believe all the spell cards are accurate. It would be really frustrating to spend 100 power and then just have the enemy grazed. But yeah, this is basically just AoE damage. It helps a lot in the early game. Scales well with her mechanic that's burst that we are gonna see in a moment. And yeah, just solid AoE damage that helps mostly in the early game, but can scale into the late game with certain synergies that she has. Her starting exhibit is the Mini Hakro, which is the tool she uses to cast the Master Spark actually. So the Mini Hakro, on top of giving you red mana, whenever you spend at least 1 red mana to play an attack card, you gain 1 charge. Whenever you gain charge, if you reach 8, you spend the 8 charge and you enter burst. And when you enter burst, you gain 3 energy, rainbow energy as you can see, to Lustrous mana. And during burst, which ends at the end of the turn, all your attacks deal 2 times as much damage. So yeah, that includes the Master Spark, for example, the spell card. All your attacks, your teammates, like your teammate cards also benefit from burst, I believe. I'm pretty sure I remember them benefiting from it, and even things like the unstable potions. Like, let's say you got an unstable potion card when going be Marisa, or like you get the any like burst or charge cards on Marisa A. The potions are actually affected by the burst mechanic, so they would deal 30 damage whenever you draw one. Very powerful. And yeah, I tend to like going for firepower as well when using the mini hacker, or like doing burst focused decks. Because like, let's say you have a multi-hit attack. Let's say you have an attack that hits 3 times. If you gain 1 firepower, like generally those attacks are considered better for firepower, because like they scale better. So you gain 1 firepower, you deal 3 more damage rather than just 1 more damage. But with burst, that's 2 times as much damage, is an extra multiplier. So with a single firepower, your triple hit attack in burst would be doing 6 extra damage. So yeah, generally firepower and multi hits are already a good combination. If you add the burst mechanic on top, Red Marisa can have some ridiculous burst damage turns. So yeah, like, I feel like Marisa is mostly about setting up for her big burst turns. You know, she does say, you know, this is all, Danmaku is all about firepower, right? Gotta be flashy. So yeah, she does follow, her gameplay does follow her creed. But yeah, while this is basically setting up for turns with a lot of actions, I feel like, that are very explosive, like you set up for the future. This is generally like very explosive turns, but you play big cards, like very explosive single massive hits, rather than explosive turns about playing many cards at once. Because once you set up enough and you have like some firepower, maybe some good synergies, you play a single card and you're dealing more damage than, like, some of them. I've had runs where I multi-hit and each hit deals more damage than total HP the enemy has. And as for her starting deck, the basic cards are exactly the same. Four of the small ones, 2 shoots, 2 boundaries, same as everyone. 2 hot star impacts, which are the big attack. 3 stardust defense, which are the big defense. But she does not have the astrology here, and instead of crafting potion, she has flammable laser. Normally this is 2 red for 14 damage, which is technically, like, it's better than hot star impact, but not by like a landslide or anything. However, if she has to charge, she spends 2 charge to deal 12 damage twice and applies 1 vulnerable. And I mentioned on one of my videos that I tended to... there were very few cards that I actually enjoyed upgrading with the starting bonus. This is actually one of them, because once you upgrade this, you just get the overdrive bonus every time without actually spending any charge. Like, the upgrade is deal 12 damage 2 times, apply 1 vulnerable, so it is 24 damage for 2 mana, which is a huge upgrade. It scales well with firepower, since it hits 2 times, and it applies vulnerable, which has synergy with the rest of her mechanics. Like, you apply a vulnerable to someone, you enter burst, you have some firepower. That is just, you're just stacking damage multipliers that end up with even like basic damage cards dealing ridiculous amounts of damage. So yeah. However, I did mention on one of my, like, on both of my other videos, that infinites are like a real possibility in this game, and I feel like Marisa A is one of the decks that is best set up to do it. So I'm actually gonna try and showcase an infinite if I can. Like, I'm still gonna focus 100% on winning the run over like showcasing any kind of specific deck. so you can learn what works and what doesn't on Lunatic7. But if I have like actual choice, like if I see two equally good options, I might focus on going infinite rather than the other option, just so I can showcase like different kinds of decks. And yeah, I'm going to be trying Marisa for this video. And yeah, let's go. I do have to mention, by the way, this is my second attempt at recording this, and the first one died pretty early, so in this case we only have our sponsor available. We don't have the other options for the starting bonuses. Yeah, my last attempt, basically I didn't have any good early AoE cards, and I found way too many multi-enemy encounters, and then I ended up dying to the 5 Kadama encounter. Exactly 17 damage when I had 5 HP and 12 blocks, sadly. Then yeah, let's... I actually don't mind too much. Marisa starts with the second most money. First one's Sakuya with 99, Marisa with 80, and Reimu and Chirno have 10 and 30 respectively. So since we start with a decent chunk of money, and also like we want to be removing cards from our deck, like I mentioned, because smaller decks can benefit more from unstable potions and also tend to like have much more ease of access to infinite combos. I don't really mind starting with a sponsor. In fact, it's what I got last round. And yeah, I am going to be picking that up. Just for reference, some of the bonuses I don't tend to like are spending your money to gain a random exhibit. For the same reason I like getting sponsor, that we already have some money, this lets us go to an early shop. Paying 80 for the random rare is a lot worse than paying like 10 with Reimu, for example. So yeah, in comparison, it's kind of worse. And since I think the Dark Grimoire is actually a very good starting exhibit, I tend to dislike boss swapping on Marisa as well. So yeah, and well, as I mentioned, red pill, blue pill, not really a choice in Lunatic7. 10 max HP is nice, but it doesn't compare to the get out of jail free card that the spell card can represent against elites, which you want to fight to be more powerful, but are also risky, so you have to be careful against them. So as I mentioned, I am going to be prioritizing shops to remove my cards. And yeah, only one of our paths has a job here, so that's our choice. Okay, Kadama's first encounter. This could be unfortunate because we don't really have any AoE, but thankfully these don't tend to hit too hard early on. Like, well, 17 is actually kind of hard, but the good thing about this is we are getting attacked by the... I mean, we're getting debuffed by the pink Kadama. This is going to inflict frail rather than weak on us, which means that on our next turn, we are very likely to be able to get craft potion into the unstable potion directly, and you know, just heal 15 damage to a random enemy. And this blue Kadama is gonna get one shot by 15 damage. Well, these two get one shot, like if we just poke them with a shot right now. So yeah, I'm gonna focus on setting that up. And since I want to set that up, the first thing I'm going to do here is astrology. This is gonna remove our long night and let us check out our drop pile. Because we can see there are craft potions here. So let's say I use the occult here to craft potion. I would have yeah, I would have 4 mana left. This is 17 damage. I could do Brune Defense plus Boundary, only take 2 damage, and poke one of them with a shot. If I were to just scry away the eviction order and draw burn defense instead, that would allow me to fully block here, take no damage from the 17 that's coming in. And since we're drawing a card and scrying away the eviction order, that means we're gonna have 5 cards on our draw pile, and we draw 5 cards per turn. So I think that's what I prefer, because that means next turn I know craft potions on top of my deck, and well, if there's 5 cards and we draw 5, like I know which 5 cards exactly I'm going to draw. But that means I'm going to have 0 cards on my deck, and I'm gonna be able to craft potion and instantly draw the potion I put into the deck, dealing 15 damage to hopefully the blue Kadama to kill it, or one of the other two to severely weaken them and be ready to kill them next turn. Plus, it's gonna give us back one of the energy we spent on the craft potion. Yeah, I think it's gonna be scry away the eviction order, our broom defense here, and we can block everything. And actually, one way to guarantee that's actually something I think I'm going to do. One way to guarantee that the craft potion, unstable potion gets us a kill, is to just poke these two down to less than 15 HP. So if I just spend my occult here, I can shoot both of them. I'm still full blocking. These are all under 15 HP, and on my next turn I will be able to one-shot one of them with the craft potion. Hopefully one of the ones that's attacking me. That's very unfortunate, but it happens. Okay, so in this situation we're getting attacked for 16. The max amount we can block right now is 11, so maybe instead we can remove some damage. If I want to kill either of them, I'm gonna have to spend, they have 13 and 14, so I'm gonna have to spend 3 mana on attacks, 1 illusion laser, 1 shoot. If I kill this one and block for 4 with my remaining mana, I would only be taking 3 damage, which is less than I would be taking if I did boundary, burn defense, and just shot an enemy. So yeah, the play that leaves us with the most HP here, and at the same time advances the combat as much as we can, is killing this Kadama and playing our boundary here. Obviously, we're only gonna be taking 3 damage, so the spell card's not worth using. It's a lot more valuable than just 3 HP, so yeah. It hits us, we shoot it because it's debuffing us anyway, no need to play any defenses. And next turn we should be able to draw enough damage to kill it. Yep, the illusion laser, and that is an enemy gone. And that's our first encounter with only 3 damage taken. We got some money and card rewards. So, I'm gonna take a second to drink here. So, I actually like all 3 of these songs. These 3 are all cards I've used to great success. Premeditation means your cards that generate astrologies get much better because they all get basically some blocks deckbuilding. It only costs 2 mana, the upgrade costs the same mana, but it gives you 6 blocks, which is pretty nice. Yeah, this is a card I've enjoyed using a lot. However, right now our only scrying is astrology, so it's not a card that I would pick as my first pick. Product of failure, 2 unstable potions to the draw pile. So technically you could consider this like 0 mana, deal 30 damage, and add 1 shadow to your hand, in a way, but you know, not exactly, because you do have to actually draw the unstable potions for that to work. But still, like, assuming you have enough card draw to get to the potions, like if you have a way to get to them, regardless of what that way is, this is still like 2 mana. Like this, and let's say the shadow is actually a bother, so you pay mana to exile it. In a way, this is basically 1 mana to deal 30 damage. 15 damage twice to random targets. It's a very, very powerful card. Even better when, again, our deck is small. And there are ways to get rid of the shadows. Like there's certain abilities that help us, you know, exile them for less cost. There's abilities that make us draw extra cards when we draw statuses, so these wouldn't be a bother when just drawing cards, etc, etc. So yeah, this is a very tempting card. The upgrade, by the way. This is not a card I tend to like prioritize upgrading a lot. +1 potion, but also +1 shadow. The upgrade is important, I'm guessing, for decks that actually use statuses to their benefit. But I generally tend to use this more for the potions than the statuses. So not a card I prioritize upgrading a lot. And honestly, that's completely fine, because I want to be upgrading my craft potion if I can anyway. So picking up cards that don't cost me upgrades is a benefit to me. And finally, Ageless Dream. Just for reference, the upgrade simply makes it ignite, so you will have to turn 1. Yeah, this is just a very powerful card in my opinion. A single black mana to apply 3 weak and vulnerable to an enemy. This is basically gonna be blocking against elites for like 5 to 8 damage per turn, like at a minimum generally. Vulnerable is plus 50% more damage from attack, so it is absolutely huge. And yeah, it being ignite means that in most combats, you're going to want to use it ASAP, so you can weaken the enemy and not have to block as much, or just give them vulnerable to burst them down as soon as you can. So the ignite is generally a good thing to have, but again, also doesn't like really require the upgrade like other cards do. Still, at the stage we are right now, and considering we're not going for an early elite, like if we were on this path, for example, the vulnerable and weak could help us a lot on the elite, so I might actually go for it. But seeing as we're not going for elites until like at the very least the second path, I'm going to just pick up product of failure here. Seems like the strongest card at this stage of the game. And the potions being accurate is probably going to be relevant against these Tengu. Okay, so we have 0 ways to block right now. So I'm definitely going to use the craft potion here, draw a card. Hopefully draw a block card. Or the potion. Okay, that is very unfortunate. So we didn't draw any block cards on like the top 7 cards of a... top 6, sorry, cards of a deck. Yeah, so we're gonna be taking quite a bit of damage. Yeah, if we spend both shots here dealing with the Grace, we could do a Occult to Illusion Laser. However, that is really not like a lot of damage for the amount of effort we put in. So what I'm going to do here is I'm still gonna use the Occult because I don't have enough mana to do what I want. But I'm gonna use it to play Product of Failure here. And now we're gonna have 3 potions in 10 cards, plus we have an astrology that will help us look for the other potions. And assuming the unlikely case where we get neither of these 4 cards, then we're guaranteed to get at least 2 Broom defenses to full block. So I don't particularly think we're gonna have any issues on our future turns. The only issue is gonna be on this turn. So what I'm gonna do is just be efficient at this current moment, and that means taking away both Graces and not worry about, oh, I need to exile the status. No, I can just let it go into the draw pile. The cards I have left in the deck are likely to be good enough to just finish the fight or get me such an advantage that this curse doesn't matter of the status. We draw the potion. We actually happen to kill the top crow. And yeah. So we could just get the Illusion Laser here to put it at 4. That means that drawing any 3 sources of damage is likely to kill it. Since if we don't attack it now, we're gonna need to take 2 Grace and 14 HP. So yeah, I'm just gonna be playing Astrology here. With the illusion laser, hit it, and we're sadly wasting like a lot of mana, but yeah, whatever. If it's not attacking, we don't really need the defense, it's fine. And now, well, it's cursing anyway, so we didn't really have to worry. But it only has 4 HP, so if we drew enough offense, we could kill it. And if we don't draw enough offense, that means we're drawing defense, so it's not gonna hurt us. In this case, however, like I'm just gonna craft potion and exile the shadow. Since it has 2 grace, it's gonna decay by 1 attack is enough. And we're gonna draw either an attack or the potion just to finish it off. Yeah, there we go. So, our options here: Rocket Broom, Milky Way, Phoenix Windrise. Phoenix Windrise is a card I don't tend to use. It's a red neutral, lose to life, to deal 10 damage twice. It is accurate, so that is an advantage it has. The upgrade deals 3 more damage on each of the hits, so 26 total damage. And it does eliminate the color costs, leaving it at 2 mana. Well, turn the color cost into generic, I guess. But yeah, I'm not generally interested in this card. Basically, when I need a source of early offense, it's fine to take. But I don't like cards that lose me HP unless I have the synergy with that. Like, if I have cards that heal me, or relics that heal, or exhibits that heal me, or maybe exhibits like the one where every time you lose HP you draw a card. With exhibits like that, the card is very powerful. But yeah, generally it's decent. I wouldn't say it's bad, but I'm not often interested. On the other hand, we have what I consider 2 decent defensive cards here. Rocket Broom does kind of require an upgrade in my opinion to be good. When you upgrade it, it only costs 2 mana. Without the upgrade, it's gonna cost all of my red mana and then still cost some mana on top to play. It's 2 grace, recharge, 3-1 upgraded to normally. The charge, as I mentioned, is the way we get into burst. And Grace is a very, very powerful defense mechanic, even more in the early game where there's less accurate attacks. But honestly, Grace is useful like all throughout the game. Like even sometimes you sadly can't rely on it because of accurate attacks, but it's like the more powerful than block generally, because multi attacks tend to be less common than big damage attacks. Then Milky Way, it's 3 mana for a block card, which is expensive, but it does retain 15 block. Initially, that's not very much. Like 3 mana for 15 block is kind of like playing 3 boundaries. But every turn you retain this in hand, you increase the block by 3 this combat. So yeah, this is a card that generally doesn't stop you from going infinite. Helps in long combats, because even if you use it, if it has scaled, it keeps the scaling. So let's say it stays, it's not upgraded, it stays 3 turns in my hand. It's blocking for 24 now. When I use it and I redraw it, it's still gonna be blocking for 24. So yeah, that can help quite a bit. But yeah, I also like I mentioned, doesn't generally like bother you on infinites, because you're spending a few turns setting up anyway, and on those turns you set up, you can just retain this, and then it doesn't like consume card draws because it's just staying in your hand. Like, doesn't really cause any problems for you. And yeah, we do want to add cards, like we do want to keep a small deck, but in the end, we have to have good cards to survive the early game. You can't, unless you get extremely lucky, you can't just rely on basic cards to go infinite super early. You do still have to, even when trying to go infinite, add good cards to your deck. So yeah, among these two, if we had any other source of charge, or if this was upgraded, I might go for this. I am also tempted in the fact that, as I mentioned, I don't want to like bother upgrading Product of Failure. So our only like important upgrade so far is the craft potion. So that does tempt me. But on the shop we're going to want to be removing rather than upgrading ideally. So I think I'm gonna be picking up Milky Way here. It's very close, but the fact that I want to focus on removals over upgrades and stuff, I think it's this one. Get to the event. Okay, so we're going to a shop and we lost a chunk of HP, but not too much. So I think Rumia is like an easy take here. 150 money for 20 HP. A little bit rough, but 31 is still like around half of our HP, so even if we are in trouble, we shouldn't be dying. And we're going straight into a shop right now, so we can get an immediate benefit from this 150 money. So yeah, kinda happy I did that, I think. Like, if that gets us a relic, a good relic of our choice, it could be extremely invaluable. So, let's go check out the relics first. Anesthesia can watch, 1 weak, 1 vulnerable at the start of combat. Decent enough, helps on your first turn, nothing super amazing, but certainly useful. Vinyl, whenever status card is wrong, gain black energy. This relic is actually like very interesting. Like I mentioned, there are cards that when we... Oh, sorry, I had to mute there. Yeah, there are cards that make us, when we draw statuses, we gain, like, we draw extra cards. And with that relic, when we draw statuses, we also gain energy. So this could allow us to like go infinite despite status, or maybe even thanks to status cards. So it is a very interesting relic to have. On another note, Lab Apparatus, whenever the draw pile is shuffled, gain blue energy, is in a way same deal. Like if we're going to be reducing our deck to a very small amount of cards and drawing cards like and shuffling over and over, this is gonna give us again a lot of energy. I'm generally more tempted by Lava Apparatus than Vinyl. The Vinyl is better in the sense that it does give us black energy, like black mana, and this gives us blue, which doesn't like cover any of the colored costs on our cards, only generic. But I still think that drawing, shuffling our draw pile is gonna happen a lot more often than us drawing status cards. And if I were more experienced with playing status focused decks, maybe I would pick up the Vinyl. But myself, I haven't actually played status decks so far. I tend to avoid them unless I find very specific circumstances. And as you can see, when I do find the circumstances, I stay away from them out of inexperience. Maybe I would pick it up for a casual run, but since I know that I'm not experienced with this, and I want to give advice on how to best win the run, rather than just because you can experiment and try to learn on your own. But if you're here to learn from me specifically, I want to teach you what I know best, rather than just outrun them. So yeah, I'm gonna wait until we see all the cards, but I'm almost guaranteed to buy this Lava Apparatus and remove a card. So the cards. First thing I noticed that is actually a bit sad. Red, 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 red. So yeah, no black cards, which are the ones focused on our unstable potions and all the stuff generally, and the astrologies. So that might be unfortunate. We're still going to look at what they are, but that does make me a bit sad. So first thing I noticed, we have a couple of cards that would go well together. Asteroid Belt and Rocket Room go well together because they gain charge. You would like to, and well, the issue obviously being this costs double red, this costs double red, so we would have quite a few difficulties casting them. But in theory, this would go well because they go with the charge mechanic. Here, on the other hand, Crimson Energy Release, Light the Furnace. This also is charged, but it's mostly about the firepower. And this is a block card, a kind of strong block card in my opinion. Like, I tend to like Crimson Energy. and when upgraded it only costs 2, which is very good. For the, like, 2 mana for 16 block isn't like super amazing, but the fact that it can scale with firepower and then half of it is barrier is very good in my opinion. Plus, since it scales and it's separated, like 1 firepower means you're getting 1 block and 1 barrier, so it scales like twice in that regard. So it is a card that I tend to like a lot on that kind of deck. Sadly though, like I mentioned, we only have 2 red mana, so both of these card pairs, shall we call them, have the issue that we're never gonna be able to play them on the same turn, and even when we like draw them on different turns, they're gonna be taking up all of our red mana every time, meaning that 3 of our cards kinda become curses because we wouldn't be able to play any rune defenses on the turns where we play these cards. So yeah, that means that I'm unlikely to pick them up, I think. On the other hand, we have here a burst card. Whenever Marisa enters first, draw 3 cards. This is a card I tend to like a lot, upgraded specifically, because it goes to 0. And that means that while it is delayed, because you have to play it and then enter burst, so you're not getting the cards immediately, it is 0 mana draw 3, which I think is very powerful. And this does also offer a different way to go infinite, which is if you have enough cards, like if you have cards that are efficient enough gaining energy, that basically you spend less than 3 mana to gain energy. I mean to gain enough charge to enter burst. What happens is you spend those cards, gain back 3 energy, which is, assuming that all goes well, what you spend to enter burst or less, and then you immediately draw 3 cards again. So you didn't spend mana, you didn't in the cards you spend, you're recovering from speed duel, so that is also a kind of good combination. So while I'm not gonna pick it up now, it is a card to keep in mind, like if we see it later. There's for example a card that makes your potions give you charge. If we were trying to go infinite with potions and charge, this would be another piece on that puzzle. Then the mushroom feast here, 1 concentration, 5 HP, exiles for 1 mana. This is a sustain card basically, you're getting healed every time you play it in combat. Like, assuming you can play it every combat, you're healing for 5 every combat. And the concentration means that your next overdrive doesn't consume your charge. So yeah, it's not a bad card, but I tend to prefer it when I have like a couple of overdrive cards. Right now we have 0, and I don't really care enough about the sustain aspect to use it. Wouldn't be like, if you wanted to take it, wouldn't be an issue with going infinite later because you play it and it exiles itself. But I don't think it's the kind of card I wanna be adding to my deck right now. And finally, I have here rare card, Red Giant Impact, and common defense. Defense here for 1 red, King Soul Flock, which is nothing special. Like, it's only 2 more than the rune defense. But if we have 2 charge, it does give us 12 barrier on top. Sadly, we have nothing so far that gives us charge, and the cards that we saw that give us charge have issues that we already mentioned. And that means that this card has the same issue. For 2 mana, deal 18 damage, overdrive 2, out of lane to the hand. So this would be a free 18 damage attack, really. So it takes 2 energy, gives you 2 energy back. But well, you spend 2 charge, so you would need to have charge generators, which again we don't generate charge right now. And then yeah, the upgrades. This does add a rainbow, which is slightly better and deals some more damage. And this would be a massive amount of lock. Would remove one of our issues if we upgraded it, because it goes to 2 generic rather than requiring red. But again, this shop would be pretty cool to see if we were doing red Marisa. But honestly, even as it stands, we're kinda happy just doing our removal. Since our deck, like, we added 1 offense card, 1 defense card, and we already have more defense than offense. I'm just going to be removing 1 more defense to keep like a decent ratio of defense and offense. And like I mentioned, I'm going to be picking up the lab apparatus, and we have plenty of money here. Like, I might not buy both of these because I do want to save money for future card removals and maybe picking up some other cards if we can, because like we didn't really find any cards here. But I do want to like get at least 1 tool, since I do want to be fighting Elite soon. And if we fight like a hard encounter, we are at half HP, so having like a get out of jail free card could help us. And I've mentioned on one of my other videos, I think Water Gang is one of the best early game tool cards. No contest, just 30 attack damage, can one-shot so many different enemies. It's accurate, cost 0, just absolutely great card. So I'm gonna be picking up here. Like, even with things like I've used this card on Sakuya with discard cards. And the thing is, using this as discard fodder has actually kind of helped me sometimes. Because when you draw this card, it draws an extra card on top because it has replenish, so it's decent discard fodder in that way. Like, you discard it, and when you redraw it again, you're drawing an extra card. So you're basically paying the discard cost for freeing away. So yeah, that was a funny one I did. And yep, we get out of the shop, and we choose our boss. So. I've mentioned before, Sakuya is good against decks that play a lot of cards. Chirno against decks that lack either enough scaling to keep up with her, or enough burst to beat her down before she actually scales up with all of her followers. Because remember, for Chirno, like Sakuya is good against decks that play a lot of cards, because she has her Chrono Lock. Every time you play a certain amount of cards, you're gonna get hit, and the hits get harder as the fight goes on. Chirno, every time she spell cards, she is going to be calling one of her friends, which gives her either stronger attacks, poison, healing, or extra damage at the end of her turn. And Reimu is a summoner. She's going to sometimes heal you, but like for 1 turn, she's not gonna let you play any attacks. But our attacks are not technically attacks because they're skills, as you can see, to put our unstable potions in the deck. And the unstable potions, you don't really play them, they just exile themselves. So the curse that Reimu has, like the seal Reimu puts on us sometimes, is not near as relevant as it is against many other characters. And then she also summons enemies. So ideally, if we pick Reimu, we would like having at least 1 AoE card. But even then, like the enemies she summons are the Jinjiang orbs, which we should be able, by the time we are on her, we should be able to burst relatively quickly. So yeah, I'm on these. I'm pretty sure Reimu's the easiest one, and we could do 30 additional 30 power with a random opponent. But I think in this case, for our current deck, Reimu is noticeably easier enough than the other 2, then that I'll actually prefer choosing her rather than leaving this up to chance. Plus, Sakuya would probably be very bad if we end up going infinite, or if we do chain a lot of potion crafting or scrying cards. So yeah. Okay, so 98 money, we should be able to just get to just remove a card here completely fine. We do have an elite afterwards, so our lack of HP is slightly worrying, but with the spell card available and the water gun we just bought, I think we should be completely fine. So yeah, as I mentioned, I want to prioritize shops to remove my cards, so I'm going to keep going there. Okay, so we've seen this event, I think, on every run of my videos so far. You gain a random exhibit, add a Wolfer to the library. This doesn't cost us removal as much as it just costs us 2 mana on 3 different combats. It is a slight issue, that it's going to be active on the elite here. But again, we have our water gun, we have our spell card. I think we have enough measures to save ourselves from potential problems. That the drawback of getting the Wolfer is not going to be too bad, and the random exhibit could be amazing, and even worst case, it should at least help us a bit. Like, technically, worst case, we could get something useless that works off of misfortunes when we don't have any, or stuff like that. But most exhibits are going to be helpful. Still, if you didn't want to risk it though, I wouldn't fault you for actually picking the fluff option here, just gaining power. That way you can use the spell card on the elite and almost guaranteed have it back for a second elite on the third section of the act. But personally, I tend to prefer this option, and I am going to go for it in this one. And so we get Ticket to Hell. Oh, this is a very good one. Whenever Marisa loses life, draw one card. I did mention this card when we saw the Moko card that loses 2 life and deals 10 damage twice. We didn't pick it, which I'm kind of regretting now, but yeah. When we have cards that put potions in our deck, and yeah, that means we are, like, every time we take damage, we have a chance to just draw those cards as well, so might be extra damage in the middle of the enemy turn. There's some black cards that synergize with this because they cost us life. Like, I can't think of any Marisa ones currently, but for example, Chirno has one that is like lose 3 life to summon the All Fairies of Light. You put one in the hand and the rest shuffle into your deck. Sakuya has Hell's Maid or something like that, where she loses 1 life and the next turn all of her attacks deal double damage. So yeah, there are probably like a few cards that we could find that loses life, so they would have synergy with this. And on top of that, we also have the option of finding red cards here that gain us life to heal the loss of life that we might inflict on ourselves with the Ticket to Hell. Like you saw, we had concentration available on our last shop. So yeah, this is a very good, very good exhibit in my opinion. I'm very glad we picked it up. And we get the Wolfer. Okay, so Yin Yang Orbs, the one issue in combos like this we have with Marisa is we can't really aim where the potions go, but they deal so much damage early game, like 15 damage on an attack is really high, that hopefully it won't matter that we're not like aiming properly, let's say, and we will be able to get the orbs down before we have to worry about that. For now though, I'm just gonna be playing a Broom defense here. I'm gonna pass the turn because I don't want to spend the water gun on a basic enemy duo, and even if I did, I wouldn't actually be killing any of these, so my next turn is not gonna be any easier. And I did draw 2 retain cards. Well, I drew 1 retain card and I generated one off of the Dark Grimoire. So next turn, I'm gonna have like 18 block available for 3 mana. I'm gonna have 2 extra mana here. So I'm pretty sure we should be able to spend the rest of this combat without taking any damage. Yeah, so I think with only having 4 cards in our deck, I think it's very valuable heal to, like, we can just go ahead and Product of Failure, Occult, Craft Potion, and we have 3 potions here. We didn't draw any right now, but since 3 of these are potions, and we can scry 3, we're guaranteed to get at least 1 potion, because if we don't see any on our scry, that means we see the other 3 cards, and we can just scry all 3 of them away, and if we see any potion, then we can just scry any card that's not a potion away, so we can guarantee draw them. And that means we're gonna have more energy here than just what is showing. So yeah, I'm gonna be playing the Astrology here. That's 2 shoots, so if I discard those, I'm gonna be very likely to get more potions, This is gonna be just defense potions on my draw pile. And hopefully, if I draw at least one more potion on the Brune defense, that's gonna be Milky Way for eating block. The potions are gonna give me 2 mana, and they're gonna let me play the Broom defense to full block this turn. So yeah, this should be, let me see, exiling these, scrying these away, drawing the potion, and hopefully, yeah, second potion, third potion, the Broom defense, and now we have 6 mana, so we shouldn't have any issues. In fact, since we got 6 mana rather than 5, we don't even need to be playing the Milky Way here. We can just Illusion Laser the Send Me twice, and we get rid of the red Jinjang Orb, which, as I mentioned, is your main priority in this combat. As soon as the red one is gone, this one only scales defensively, it does not scale offensively, and you're extremely unlikely to not have enough damage at this stage that you can eventually kill it. Like, you would have to be dealing almost no damage at all per turn for this to scale outside of your ability to kill it. So yeah, we can just defend here. We do have status we're gonna shuffling our deck and the Wolfer that we haven't played yet, but we also have the Milky Way scaling our hand. So I'm pretty sure we can just wait as much as we need to, not rush to kill this, and just, yeah, I'm gonna play the Craft Potion here. Okay, so now it's very low on HP. We don't have to worry about it. I'm just gonna block, exile the Shadow so I don't have to worry about it. I could have Illusion Laser to kill it, but I don't want to, because I want to stall the fight until I draw my Wolfer, so I can actually remove it from my deck faster. Like, if it doesn't cost me any HP, because I'm not taking damage, I actually just want to play this. If it didn't exile in the middle of combat as soon as I use it, I would just play this all 3 times now that my opponent is not actually a threat. In fact, to make sure it's not a threat, I'm gonna leave it at 1 HP. So yeah, at this point, I can kill this whenever I want. So I just want to stall the fight until I can play the Wolfer, which would be now. And now I can just finish this off. It did give itself 16 barrier, but sadly for it, I have 20 damage on hand. And worst case, I did still have my Milky Way here, which blocked for 27, which is a pretty huge amount. Okay, so Speed Duel, Rocket Room, I've already spoken about these 2 cards. I don't have any sources of free upgrades, so I'm not interested in the Rocket Room or the Speed Duel here. And the Full Moon Howl, 3 temporary firepower down, 1 vulnerable. This is a very good card. Like, against, let's say you're against an enemy that's multi-attacking, 3 temporary firepower down is like 6 or even 9 block for a single red energy, and it's also applying vulnerable. On encounters with multiple enemies, this is AoE, so instead of blocking more in a way, because you're reducing a multi-attack, you're blocking more because you're reducing 1 attack from several enemies. And the vulnerable is like 50% extra damage, is absolutely massive, and it does affect your potions. So one thing you can do is like product of failure, put 2 potions into your deck, or make the enemy vulnerable, and then you use your astrology to find those potions, and you're going to be dealing 22 damage per potion rather than 15. 15 is already a very good number this early in the game. 22 is just absolutely massive. So yeah, these 2 cards have issues. This one is good now, is good later, and I think is good at every stage of the game, so I'm just going to be picking this up now. And we reach our second shop. And I'm gonna be very sad, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna think about this for a second while I take a drink, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be sad. Related to things like these 3. But yeah, I'll explain in a second. Okay, so first things first, let's say we had an attack that drew a card and the form of generating energy that wasn't a skill. Like for example, let's say we have for 1 generic mana, you deal 1 damage and you draw a card. Just for the example I'm looking here. If we have no cards left in our deck or discard pile, and we have that on hand and clean energy on hand, that is already infinite block and infinite damage. Because when we shuffle, we're going to be generating energy from the lava apparatus, so that attack could already be gets paid off by the apparatus. And the clean energy here is a very good card, like for free. Gain 5 block, you draw 1 card. Like any card at all ever that costs 0 or generates as much energy as it costs and draws you a card, that is, and the drawback on it has to be massive for it to not be automatically good. Because that is technically, like, every time it's in your hand, you just get a benefit for free. Like, assuming the enemy doesn't have, like, again, the auras that Seija has, the stuff from Sakuya that every time you play a certain amount of cards you take damage. Like, if we just think on a vacuum, this is doesn't cost you a mana, doesn't cost you a card, you gain 5 block. It's pure benefit, literally no cost, full benefit. The cost to benefit ratio is infinite. Obviously not how things work, but you know what I mean. And also these 0 mana cantrips that are also one of the big reasons, like one of the big ways you have to, you know, prepare ultimate, like infinites. So I'm very sad that I have to choose between this or removal. And then we have here Embrace the Darkness. This is kind of exile focused. The thing is, this is a very, very powerful card to set up infinites, except generally the ways you have to generate energy when you do infinites depend on skills, and this card gives exile to all your skills. So assuming we found like a way to make enough energy to pay for our attacks, and we found attacks that draw cards, this would let us set up insanely fast. Like mostly when upgraded, like right now their costs are reduced to 1. Like let's read the card first. Like for 3 mana, you gain a power, all defense skill and start cards have exile, and the costs are reduced to 1. If upgraded, they cost 0, absolutely nothing. Like if anyone has ever played or seen Yu-Gi-Oh, you know how powerful like 0 mana draw 2 cards is. Like Pot of Greed is a meme for a reason. But yeah, like let's say we have this upgraded. 0 mana, draw 3 cards, get a mana. That is an insanely broken card. Obviously the issue is that it exiles itself, so eventually like I'm gonna have no skills, no defense, no statuses. I would only have my attack cards. However, again, if I have attacks that draw, like the exile basically means that I'm making my deck smaller, smaller, and smaller, same as I'm doing when I remove cards with the removal. So if I could find a setup for this, this would be incredible. Like for example, there's a version of Clean Energy that is an attack. It's like deal 7 damage, I believe. Draw 1 card for 0 mana as well. And that would be an absolutely insane combination, because this removes everything else from your deck basically, and then you just get to play the attack card infinite times. I mean, it's not infinite. Like for reference, a card cannot draw itself. Like if a card says deal damage, draw 1 card, for example, you're gonna draw that card while you're gonna draw 1 while your card is resolving. So it's still not going to be on the discard pile, so you're not gonna actually be able to draw it. But yeah, in general, like if you have 2 of those, each of them draws the other copy, so that would work, stuff like that. Other than that, we have Indiscriminate Ignition here. This is good for, like, this is yet another card that's good for Misfortune or status decks. Like, if we did have all of our status stuff, we could just put shadows on our deck with things like Product of Failure, and when we drew the shadows, we would be dealing some damage to the enemies and gaining mana, assuming again that we bought the other exhibit instead of this one. So yeah, this unupgraded, I don't think it's good even in those decks, because like 4 mana is ridiculously high for the amount of damage this deals. But for 2 mana, it's pretty good. And unlike Slay the Spire's equivalent to this, because it is similar to a card in Slay the Spire, this does have an effect even if you don't have any misfortunes of statuses, because it does trigger at least once at the end of every turn. I guess technically this could be like a damage source for like a Sakya build that plays extra turns if you have red mana somewhere. But yeah, not really that interesting for what we're doing. Already talked about this card. One of these is enough, I think. Then Song of Night Sparrow here would be absolutely amazing. Again, for one of those status builds. For 0 mana, you're applying 5 temporary firepower down to each enemy. Like, I think for 1 mana, applying 3 is already good. Like, you can imagine for 0, how applying 5, how good that is. It also gives you like 5 powers, so you can spam more spell cards. And it does add 2 shadows to your hand as the drawback. But with the status build, those shadows could be a benefit rather than a drawback. And sadly, it does excel itself. Gotta keep that in mind. If you upgrade it, it gets better on every number in the effect. I guess this is debatable, like if you have a status build, maybe losing a shadow is not what you're interested in. But like 8 temporary power down, like pretty much almost or entirely nullifies any multi-attack, like nullifies most multi-enemy encounters for at least 1 turn. It's a very good, powerful card if you can use it. And then Sipping Miasma is, you know, if you're desperate for damage, or you can somehow like finagle a poison build. I'm not really sure those exist in the game currently. I've certainly not seen too many sources of poison, very few. I've like tried this when I was desperate for damage on Marisa run before. It was okay, like 10 damage, 5 poison is certainly like technically it's a lot better than our normal like big attacks. Because 5 poison, remember, is 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 damage. So that is in total like 15 damage if you wait the full 5 turns. And that means like your next like let's say you do 2 of these instead of 1, then it's also plus 6, plus 7, plus 8, plus 9, plus 10. So the more poison, the more damage you're dealing, but it does take a long time to actually take full effect. So yeah, it is like it's a way that you can beat long scaling fights. Like let's say you were fighting as Cherno, and this was your only source of scaling because nothing on your deck had scaling. Like maybe it would be a way to beat Cherno, but the card is mediocre in general, as far as I know. Even more because there's very few poison synergies in the game. Again, as far as I know. Finally, we have Rainbow Starblast here. For very high energy builds, this is pretty good. Even more if you have like a lot of ways to generate rainbow mana. Like obviously, this is intended to work well with what we have actually. Like you get the rainbow mana of the unstable potions. You draw the Rainbow Starblast. Just put all of that mana into the Starblast. Blast an enemy into next Sunday. Also works well with the other Marisa mechanic, Burst, because you gain 3 Philosopher's mana, and the attack is gonna deal double damage. So like even just spending like let's say you go into Burst with no mana remaining, so you gain 3 Philosopher's mana, and you play this for 3 rainbow mana. You're basically dealing 9 plus because you spent 3 mana. You're dealing 9 more damage because the 3 mana you spent is rainbow. You're dealing 9 more damage, so that would be 27 already. And then on top of all of that, you're also doubling that with the burst. So for those 3 mana, you would be dealing 54 damage. So yeah, also has great burst synergy, as you can see. Well, the reality of all this is I explained all of this to teach you a bit more. But there's only like 3 actual options in this shop, which is Cling Energy, Remove, and Embrace the Darkness. And I'm pretty sure that in our current condition, Cling Energy and Remove are way better than Embrace the Darkness. But yeah, I'm not sure which of the two I'd prefer. Okay, so basically, Cling Energy is not a removal, but it's also not really adding a card to our deck, because yeah, it draws a card for 0, so it doesn't really occupy a spot, doesn't screw us over in any way. But yeah. Okay, so the thing is, early on, like if this was later, I'm pretty sure I was just removed. But our deck right now isn't like super amazing. I don't think it's bad. Like Product of Failure is good, Full Moon Howl is good, the Milky Way is decent enough. We have our Water Gun available, but we don't have like any massive amounts of power or anything. So I think that improving the deck with power rather than consistency is gonna be the better play here. So even though I'd really like to remove, I'm actually gonna be picking up the Cling Energy here, because again, it doesn't go against my objective. In fact, it gives me a chance to do infinites. Doesn't make them harder, but it does improve my deck right now more, I think, than just removing a card. Because if I remove a card, sure, my deck's more consistent, I see my other cards more often, but let's say I have 5 mana, so I spend it on like 2 Broom Defense and a shot. Well, removing a card just makes that less likely to happen, but if I add the Cling Energy, or maybe on top of like Broom Defense, Illusion Laser, Shot, I can add 5 block for free with the Cling Energy and not have to worry about the damage I'm taking. Yeah, I think that is the better play right now. Like later on in the game, if our deck was already decently powerful, then consistency is more valuable. But when our deck doesn't have that much power, extra power feels to me like it's worth more than just consistency. So, Fairies of Light. I'm honestly kinda worried, but kinda not. So, we're getting Luna and Star. Okay, so Sunny was the front one. Top Fairy of Light is Luna. So yeah, Luna, Sunny, and Star. Which are not their full names, I believe, but I'll leave the Touhou for later. Point is, Luna's Moon Stillness gives all of them 10 barrier and 2 grace. Star's Star of Orion gives me 5 lock on, and she tends to, like, I'm pretty sure she always multi attacks, so the 5 lock on is actually 10 incoming damage from her. So yeah, ideally, I'd definitely like to kill one of these two this turn before they actually do their... Like, when you're going against the Fairies of Light, you're pretty much always going to want to kill one of them turn 1. So knowing that, I'm pretty sure I'm going to Astrology. And... yeah, let me think here. Yeah, so if I need black mana, I'm always gonna have Occult ready here. So what I'm gonna do here is spend all of my black mana on Product of Failure, and then I'm gonna Astrology. The reason I'm doing this is I want to Astrology regardless, to look for like maybe the Full Moon Howl, maybe the Water Gun, like anything that allows me either by itself or in combination with my spell card to one-shot one of these two fairies. But one of the things that could allow me to do that would actually be, free 15 damage to a random enemy from an unstable potion. And in that case, I want to put this in the deck before I use my astrology. Normally, I'd also want to vacuum collapse before the astrology, so I can draw even more unstable potions from the deck. But the thing here is, the potions do target randomly, so I want to be sure if I'm using the vacuum collapse that it's actually gonna kill the target I'm using it against, while using the product of failure later doesn't actually change who it's going to be hitting. So that's why I'm going to do this first and not Spellcar first. And now the curse is gone, I do astrology. Okay, so if I draw the unstable potion, let's say I draw the unstable potion. That is 15 damage, plus 32 here, that's 47. So with that, and a shot, that would be 52, which is enough to one-shot any of these two fairies. And it's not enough to one-shot Sunny, but if it goes, like, if the potion goes for Sunny, then that's still not really who I want to focus anyway, because I really want to stop one of the spell cards from going off. That means that I already have enough damage on hand to take the two important ones, and that means I don't actually want the Solution Laser, so I'm going to scry it away. The Rune Defense was always getting scried away, because I need to get that unstable potion. And that is very, very unfortunate. It did go for Sunny. Okay, so we're gonna use our Cling Energy to draw for free. We get Milky Way, so at the very least, I am gonna have some block for later. But I think this was the worst possible result here. Well, at least I guess we're gonna have full block with this. And honestly, seeing as the unstable potions are accurate, maybe I do want to leave Sunny at like 1 HP. Okay, no, I'm not gonna do that, and the reason I'm not gonna do that is because if I draw another unstable potion, the Gang, Full Moon Howl, like any combination of these, could, like, the unstable potion will go to a random target, could still go to one of these, and those accurate attacks will remove the raise that Luna's going to give them. So I still do have a chance, like, it's not a good one, but I do still have a chance to kill one of these two on my second turn rather than the first. And if I am able to do that, I will be taking a lot less damage next turn. Ideally, if I do that, I want to be killing Star, because she's gonna be doing a double attack. Luna's probably only gonna be single attacking. So this shot is going to go on Star. And I really don't have the time to worry about this shadow. Like, the most important part of this fight is generally turn 1. Like, the turns get less important as you go on. Because, like, if you haven't done your big thing on turn 1 or 2, you're likely to be screwed anyway. So if this goes on my discard pile, too bad, I have other things to worry about. But yeah, this was not a good turn 1, I have to say. Hopefully we can get out of this hole next turn. Okay, so we didn't get any of the unstable... Well, we only had one unstable potion, we didn't get it. But at least we did draw our gun. So yeah. What I'm gonna be doing here is Full Moon Howling, just for the vulnerable. This is gonna make the water gun deal massive damage here to start, and I do want to use the water gun here. It's like absolutely necessary in my opinion at this point. Yeah, like I'm gonna be taking 32 damage even after the firepower down, so I can't take that much damage. So I'm gonna shoot Star here, who is my main target. Thing here is, I have plenty of mana thanks to the Occult, so I am going to take a small risk of playing the Craft Potion here before using the Vacuum Collapse. Because let's say I get lucky and I kill Star here with one of the potions, I might actually be able to get away with displaying Milky Way to block and, you know, beat Sunny and Luna on a long fight instead of having to do everything on these 2 turns. And if I get unlucky and I don't draw any of neither this potion nor the one I'm going to craft right now, or I do draw them but I don't hit star for like meaningful. Well, if I don't hit star, I can probably just, you know, shoot illusion laser, kill her with the energy. But if I do that, I won't be blocking, so we'll see. But yeah, ideally one of these potions gets strong and hits star. But we'll react based on what happens here. Let's go. Okay, well, we got very unlucky turn 1, but this kinda compensates for the whole thing. And yeah, now we get to use Milky Wave to block the full attack. And yeah, we don't need that much mana for what we have in the deck. So I'm actually gonna be playing the Occult here just to get rid of the Wolfer. That should be helpful. Okay, and yeah, next turn we're going to be drawing an unstable potion. If I wanted to be very, very sure that I was going to get out of this unscathed, I could just, you know, 48 damage here, instantly kill Sunny. And then I'd have 3 potions hitting Luna. But with how the combat's going right now, thanks to that potion hitting Star, I think I can get out of this with my Vacuum Collapse intact. And I did spend like one of my water gun shots. I think it's a fine price to pay to get out of this elite without taking damage. And I think I can still do that even if I don't use the spell card right now. Okay, that's good. Unstable potion on the one that's attacking us right now. And we have enough mana thanks to that and the blue mana from the lava apparatus that we can craft a potion and then just play all of our defenses anyway to full block. Yeah. Okay, so this would be 2 damage if I just played Illusion Laser, but I don't think we need to do it. I think we're fine. I can just wander here. Technically waste 1 mana, but I think we can. I legitimately believe we can get out of this fight without taking any more damage. Yeah, so she's hitting for 16, but I'll just full Monghal to lower it a bit, because we are going to take 5 damage from this Refracted Sunlight, and that means Milky Way alone blocks the full damage, so I don't have to ruin defense, and since I don't have to ruin defense, I can play the Shadow here. And that way that's 1 less status in my deck. Which is good considering they're putting even more right now. Okay, so this is a beautiful situation here. As you can see here, my draw pile is completely empty. And I have a cantrip here. That means I can go Product of Failure here. Now my deck is literally just 2 potions. I'll shoot Sunny just to lower her below 15, which is the amount of damage the potions do. And now I can draw, and if any of these hit Sunny, she's gonna be gone immediately. And if not, I'm gonna get back enough energy that I'm gonna be able to play laser and shoot on her to finish her off anyway. So yeah, the unstable potions are extremely effective when you draw piles empty, which is yet another reason why you generally like try to go infinite with them, and why they're so good with small decks. Yeah, now that nothing is attacking me because I pulled Sunny, I can just drop all the damage on Luna, exile the curse, the status. And okay, so since there's a Refracted Sunlight here, we don't really need to take any more risks. Like, all the statuses that were left on our draw pile are finally gone. Like, these 2 were the last. So I think a full defensive turn is completely fine. Not to mention, next turn Luna's either gonna be debuffing or like defending herself, so she's not gonna be attacking, and we're not gonna need the block from Milky Way, so there's no issue with not retaining it. And now we full Monghal. We shoot. Not a lot of damage, but it's the most we could do. And we Play Product of Failure. Next turn we're gonna draw 2 potions. She has less than 30 HP, so the fight is actually just over. She just hasn't noticed yet. Potion. Potion. It's done. And we actually got out of here, taking very little damage, and without using our spell card. All we had to spend was a single gang activation. It's a very good relic as well, Black Lotus, Star Combat getting 2 black energy. So, you know, slightly worse than us getting in a cold, so we can spend it whenever we want. But still a very good card. I mean, a very good exhibit, even more considering that, you know, we do have our Long Night card, so that is gonna help compensate a lot for the extra mana we have to play in turn 1. Okay, so Emergency Defense is a very big block card that retains. However, it overlaps in a way with Milky Way. Milky Way is technically worse early on, but it scales, is the idea. Like, this is worse as soon as you draw it, but if you're gonna retain it, it's gonna keep scaling. So eventually it will be better. But the point is that the functions they have already mostly overlap, so not really like that important. Like, we already have Milky Way, we don't really need Emergency Defense. Supernova's one of the best rare cards that Marisa has, in my opinion. For 1 red, you gain 2 red, and you put 2 random attack cards from the draw pile into the hand. So this basically, like, when it upgrades, by the way, 4 mana instead of 2. This basically means that when you draw this, you're actually drawing more attacks and you're getting more energy. So, like, it's card draw that gives you energy. So it's just generating a bunch of resources immediately. Like, technically, there's the drawback that, as usual, it is a card that's not doing anything on its own. So technically it's worse against Sakria and that stuff. And if you don't have enough attacks on your draw pile, that is an actual problem, because you're not actually going to draw, and the energy effect alone isn't that amazing. But yeah, if you are using attack cards at all, this is an extremely good card. Sadly, we are not using attack cards at all. As you can see, most of our damage comes from our skills, and our attacks are 2 shoots, 2 illusion lasers, and a gun that's going to exile it, so, like, leave our deck the next time we use it. So sadly, we can't really, I mean, we could get the Supernova, but it's not really useful. However, Ageless Dream is also an extremely powerful card, and it actually goes extremely well with our deck. For 1 black mana, you apply 3 weak and 3 vulnerable, and it exiles, so you can't just keep enemies permanently weak and vulnerable. But this card absolutely neuters any boss or elite. Well, assuming it's single enemy bosses or elites. But yeah, basically 3 weak means you have 3 turns where you have to, your block demands are a lot smaller than usual, and 3 vulnerable means you generally kill your enemies quite a bit faster. So you can, like, if we do that, and not to mention, it lasts for 3 turns. So we can do it 1 turn, let's say on 1 turn we do that, we do Product of Failure, and we do Craft Potion, but we don't end up getting, like, any of our potions, and we have to find them later. That's fine, because they're still going to be vulnerable for 2 more turns. Yeah, that's honestly pretty amazing, and it fits very well with our deck, so this is 100% our pick here. Supernova could technically be a speculative pick if you wanted to, like, if you felt you were strong enough that you want to, but you want to be sure to scale for later into the round. You could technically pick Supernova, prepare for something else, but I think Ageless Dream here is the better pick by a mile, so that's gonna be my pick. Okay, so same issue as usual. First Ayente encounter, we have Hinadol here, and I guess next to Misfortune added to the library, makes a lot of events much better. Doesn't matter, we want to go to Act 4, we pick the high tech classes. And now, we need to get 35 money for a removal at the shop. And I'm not 100... I think it's likely enough that we'll get our money from a single combat, both because these combats are harder, and because we have the high-tech classes now, which do increase the reward. I think it's likely enough that we'll have our 100 gold for the removal. Actually, we don't even need 100. We need 75 because we didn't remove from the last shop, since we bought the 0 mana block and draw instead. So yeah, since we don't need that much money, I am a lot more willing to go to the event. That means we can choose whether to go for an elite or not, or depending on what event we find. Like if it's a good event, maybe we're confident enough to face the elite. If it's something that costs us HP for some reason, then we can just go for a normal combat. We can think about it when we see it. But yeah, if I needed money desperately to guarantee the removal, like maybe I'd go for this combat instead, because that means 2 combats would be a decent chunk more money that we could actually spend in the shop. But since we are close enough to the money we want, I'm going to go for the event. And we do get some free money here. So I've mentioned before, but on this event, the correct option, unless for some reason you don't want money, don't ask me, is to just pick it up and lose 100. Lucky Rabbit's food is rarely worth it, like you'd need to spend 10 combats with the curse to just to make up the money you lose. Or, I mean, if you want misfortune, because like, let's say you're doing a misfortune build, this is like, if you don't have much money, this is just an unplayable course. If you have synergy with misfortunes, it's not the worst one to have, I guess. So you could get this. But the default choice is just get money and give TV song. And yeah, since that was a positive event, we have almost a second spell card. We still have half our HP, is good enough. We have the water gun. I think we can go for the elite here. We get the vampire encounter. These always start with 2 grays. They have vampire, so the damage they deal, they heal up. Like if they deal damage that you don't block, they heal that amount. Not a big deal, but if you can, like, not a big deal when the fight goes well, but when the fight doesn't go well, this can make it snowball into like a big problem. So yeah, I really don't want to use my water gun here. If I want, like, if I didn't mind using it, I would be using it probably on this VAT, because this VAT is going to like debuff us with lock on, and since we're facing 3 enemies that are all going to like be attacking us, and some of them, as you can see, have multi-attacks, the lock on is a pretty nasty effect. But I think, like, in this case, we're probably gonna be able to keep the Milky Way, because Full Moon Hall here is going to reduce them to almost no damage, which means we can just, you know, boundary. This is already full block, and we exile the Wolfer. If it wasn't good enough, we just played room defense. This way we get to keep Milky Way for next turn, as well as the Occult. And again, I could do this, would instantly get rid of the bat. I don't think it's necessary. We're gonna have like our Ageless Dream next, I mean not next turn, but on our 2 next turns. We have accurate attack, so the Grace isn't that big of a deal. I think we can just wait for now, just see what happens. Like Milky Way is gonna give us 18 block at the very least. So. Yeah, and this turn only the big bat, like only the bat on the back is attacking, so we're not really worried either. I'm not blocking enough though, so I think the Milky Way is going to be more valuable than the Astrology, so I'm going to use the Astrology here, so I can keep the Milky Way for later. And with this, I want to look for either 10 block to make sure actually 5 block is enough because I already have a boundary here. Yeah, I want to look for some block to make sure that I can full block this with the Ageless Dream, or just my potion cards, so I can set up for the next turn. And my block cards, this will do. So yeah, I'm gonna play Product of Failure. Ageless Dream on... Okay, so these are gonna be gaining back their grace, but also I'm gonna be like bombing with unstable potions. Oh, but I want to do it on this one so I can block better, I think. No, it doesn't really matter because I'm gonna end up playing the Milky Way anyway. Because if I do Ageless Dream here and just Boundary, I am gonna still be taking some damage. And I really don't think I'm in a position where I need to be taking damage here. So yeah, I'm just gonna full block with this, play the Occult so I can Ageless Dream. I'm gonna do it in this one because these ones are gonna be recovering grace. So this one's the only one where I'm guaranteed to be able to take advantage of the vulnerable. And since I only have 1 mana left and they all have grace, I'm just gonna Exile the Shadow rather than shoot them. Hopefully I get some good potion luck. I don't think that's good potion luck, honestly. Yeah, it got separated, so I can't really just focus one of them to kill them. And none of them went to the backline, so I kind of wasted the vulnerable. That's very unfortunate. So what I'm gonna do is, I do have quite a bit of mana, thanks to the 2 potions plus the exhibit. So I'm just gonna be spending it here to put potions in my deck and then draw a couple of cards off of the Craft Potion and Clean Energy, hoping to find those potions. And I didn't find those potions, but I did find enough block to full block here. So I'm not taking any damage in the end. This thing's gonna be getting grace. It's vulnerable, so if any of the potions hit it, I don't really have to worry about it. I guess if I do 8 damage to it now, the potions get like super close to killing it. And it's not like hitting any of these changes anything. I'm just gonna shoot here. I don't think we're gonna like... If the fight lasts 3 more turns, I'm gonna have like bigger problems than having a Shadow in the deck. So I think I'd rather shoot than Exile this. Yeah, this would be the big issue with the lock-on, like several multi-attacks, but as you can see, I didn't actually have any issues thanks to drawing the potions. Full does not like fully reduce the damage, because the temporary power down applies before weak, so that's why it didn't go from 3 to 0, because like he was already weak, so this didn't take like full affecting away. But regardless, he's going to be dealing 2 damage, so a single boundary is already good enough. And we use our attacks on the bottom one, which we can kill now. And next turn, we're still going to be drawing 1 more potion, which is going to leave this almost dead and without grace. And any damage kills it, and if we didn't draw any damage, then we would have enough defense to block anyway. So we're wearing no danger there. So, well, if you're doing Misfortune builds, this is one of your main cards, Wheel of Misfortune. The base card actually deals damage 1 time for reference, but in Lunatic7, we do start with the Eviction Order in the deck, that's what it says 2 right now. But basically deals decent chunk of damage. For each Misfortune in your library, deals damage an additional time. So let's say you have like a relic that the exhibit that gives you 1 firepower and 1 spirit for each Misfortune in your deck. And you have like 4 Misfortunes in the deck. This would be dealing like 16 damage 4 times for 3 energy, which is ridiculously good. But yeah, in our case, not really interested. Directional Laser, like this would be good on retain builds, because 7 turns is 6 turns is a lot of turns to wait for this to cost 1. And it's already kind of efficient, like at 3. Could work at 4. More expensive is really just not all that interesting. But yeah, if you have like builds that focus on retaining or like setting up cards for burst turns, then you could just, grab this, play defensively until you have your setup ready, and then it's 1 mana for like 32 damage, 41 upgraded, and it is accurate. But in our case, we are like drawing a lot of cards, And as I mentioned, the astrologies are very good. So while technically this is adding a card to our deck that could make it hard to go infinite, again, I'd rather prioritize actually winning the round. And this is a very good attack. Like, it's better damage than our even our upgraded basic. Like, it's the same damage as an upgraded basic attack, and it does give us an astrology, which is very solid. Either gives us card draw and card selection on the turn we play it, or we can simply save it for later and use it when we need it to maybe find our potions. We go to the shop. No zero cost cards that draw this time. So, well, Omiki is actually a very tempting relic. Number of choices for card wars is increased by 1. The Sutra of Dharmatic Power, not as much. It's also good, but nowhere near as good in my opinion. Whenever you activate your spell card, you gain 3 rainbow mana. But there's nothing here, I think, or here that is good enough that it tempts me away from removing a card. So I'm just gonna do it here. Yeah, I have added a couple of offensive cards now. So yeah, I am going to be getting rid of an illusion laser. This also alleviates my black mana demands a bit, which are nowhere near as bad as before, because we do have like our exhibits that are compensating for that, but still. And we have 80 money left. We could get any of these if we wanted to. Wheel of Misfortune, already talked about it. Not gonna mention like the same thing again. Devour Desires, decent card. Does make it does exile when upgraded 3 cards from the discard pile. So this could help us go infinite by making our deck smaller with the exiles. However, they are random cards even when upgraded, so if this exiles, let's say, our craft potions or stuff like that, it would screw us over, so I'm not actually that interested. Red attack, not really all that good, not into high red mana demands. I mean, the attack's good, don't get me wrong, like it has very good synergy with the red Marisa set, but 2 red is very hard for us to play. And doesn't have synergy with our current deck. Don't need a second Milky Way. We want a small deck, so gaining block equal to the number of cards in the draw pile innately isn't that good. The upgrade, I generally like when I have big decks, because game very equal to that. Means that you can set up a lot of barrier on your first turn, so that can be good, but not on our deck. Then on the bottom pile, already mentioned Devour, Product of Failure. I could grab another one, wouldn't be sad about it. Not sure I want to spend my money on it, but I'll keep this in mind. Spirit Assignment is, another, I've mentioned this one I think before. But whenever you draw a status card, you draw a card. This is yet another card that, can help us with the statuses. Since, again, we ignored the previous benefits, like the previous cards and exhibits that benefit from status cards. I think the Spirit Assignment is not that interesting, but it could have been an option. It's still good, but if it was upgraded, I'd probably get it because it only costs 1 anyway, and it helps with the shadows that we're adding to our deck and that kind of stuff. But as is, not too interested. Master of Collection is kind of nice, just up to 1 card in hand, gains retain. Whenever you retain a card, it costs 1 random less mana this combat. This can actually reduce colored costs, so for long fights, this is actually a pretty good card. Even more with cards that already retain innately, since you're applying the discount to more than just the card that you're retaining normally. And it can help us actually do infinites. Because let's say I retain Craft Potion for 2 turns. It costs 0, so it's 0 mana card draw. That's sick. And when I play it, the cost doesn't go back to black, so I don't actually have to worry. So that is actually an option. Yeah. In fact, I already have 1 Product Failure, and it's the only other card here that interests me. So I'm actually gonna try to go for Master of Collection here. It's not something I do often, so it could be interesting, and it does help us with what I wanted to try. So yeah, I'm gonna be picking this up. It will, for reference, make our first turn wars. It is innate after all, and it costs a decent chunk of energy, but it has synergy with our Black Lotus, because it's a decent energy cost on our turn 1, but on our turn 1 we have 2 extra black mana. So we have less to worry about we don't have to worry about as much about the extra cost, and that's really nice. So we're gonna be facing an elite here. We've already fought the Fairies of Light, so the possibilities are Ring and Aya. I'm really hoping it's Aya, because I think we have a very good build against her, but we'll see. It's Ring, that's Jim. Yeah, the biggest issue that I have with Ring, with decks like ours, is that, you know, the potions are kind of uncontrollable. So sometimes I'm gonna put them in my deck, not be able to draw them immediately, and then next turn I'm just gonna have the potions kill one of the spirits and deal some damage to me just for free. So that tends to have the chance to be a problem in this elite. But hopefully we have enough burst damage that we can just get rid of her quickly. I'm perfectly willing to use the water gun if necessary. No need to save it for like our boss, which is Reimu. I honestly think that Ring is more dangerous, and obviously I'm willing to use the unstable potion here. And in fact, I'm probably gonna use it right now with the Ageless Dream to deal as much damage as possible. Yeah, let's go with that. Gonna give her... Yeah, the thing about Rin too is she doesn't have any tangible effect on the first turn, like she's summoning her spirits, but I don't have to worry about defense or anything like that. So on the first turn, I'm free to like set up as much as I want. So what I'm gonna do here is Master of Collection. So I'm gonna use the Satellite Illusion right now regardless, but for later maybe, like if I end up retaining this, it might be like useful later. Oh, actually no. What I'm gonna do is wait. I'm gonna do Satellite Illusion first, deal some damage, and I already know I'm going to use the spell card because she's gonna give me enough power to get it back anyway. So what I'm gonna do is use it now. And now, with the Astrology, allows me to look for those unstable potions, and also for a card that I don't mind putting in my hand, and then retaining with the Master of Collection. That way I'm not using it on something that I don't want to retain right now. Okay, so I'm gonna discard the Supreme Defense, get the... I don't even need to play the Clean Energy, I'm just gonna, you know, get the potion, hope the card I get is a good one. We gotta shoot. Not a big issue. Actually, could we? Okay, so the thing here is, we could kill Rin right now. Just shoot her twice. That's it. But when she dies, all of her spirits also die without exploding. And all of those spirits give us extra power. So in order to gain more power to guarantee that I have my spell card for the boss, what I'm gonna do here is shoot her once and retain the other shoot. Next turn I'm gonna be able to play it for free, finish her off, and get the power from her spirits as well. If you notice here, I get rid of her. Power, and as you can see, from 103 to 117, so having that slight bit of patience gave us 14 extra power. TNT might be useful against Rainbow. Like by turn 4, I hope the Jinjiang Orbs are already gone, but if they're not, this should be able to get rid of them finally. And yeah, it's a decent enough card for AoE, like multi-enemy encounters. Not card exhibit. Nothing like super special because it does take a bit to work, but it's nice. It's there. It helps. And okay, so Deep Memories is not something I tend to use. It's just one of 3 random cards from discard pile, return into your hand, and if this is the leftmost or rightmost card in your deck, the card you recover only costs 1. Once upgraded, goes down to 0. I don't think I've ever really used that card much. I don't think I've ever really used it at all, honestly. Like, what would that help us go infinite? Let's say this costs. Let's say this upgrade costs 1. We only have deep memories and the card draw in our hand. This recovers the card draw. Then we play the card draw and we draw this. And then it costs. We recover it again. It costs. Yeah, this could help go infinite. However, I'm already set up really with the Master of Collection, so I'm not interested in picking up 2 cards for the same purpose. But yeah, this could help go infinite. Asteroid Belt, already talked about this, not gonna repeat myself. Magic Converter, gain 5 for firepower and Spirit. Mana freeze 1, which means all of the first card you play each turn costs more mana to play. It does cost 4, and you can upgrade this 1 more firepower and Spirit. I've seen this be used. In like a video, I'm pretty sure. I tend to stay away from cards that make my cards cost more. But this is a very high amount of firepower and spirit. The thing is, our deck focuses mostly on manipulating energy and card draw. Like, if I were doing a more normal just damage and block build, I might actually take this because we do have plenty of energy thanks to our exhibits and the potions. But since what I want mostly is to have as few cards in my deck as possible and generate more card draw and more energy, I'm gonna stay away from this. I'm just gonna skip card here. Could pick up the deep memories. I don't think it's valuable enough. Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from it this time. Now, we could upgrade or heal here. I think half of our HP is plenty. So what I'm going to do is actually upgrade a card here. Craft Potion is our best upgrade, I'm pretty sure. So that's what I'm gonna go for. And yeah, this is now much better card draw. We reduce it with the Master of Collection. It's gonna be absolutely amazing. So yeah, I'm very happy to have this upgrade. And here's Rainbow. She's gonna summon her 2 orbs this turn. She starts with 1 amulet. We're gonna do the full moon haul here. We don't really care much about applying vulnerable, but since we do have Ageless Dream eventually, we want to get rid of her amulet as soon as possible. None of the cards I have in hand are that special for me to Master of Collection, so I'm gonna play the Astrology here to find something better. Okay, so I'm gonna discard these 2. I'm gonna leave this here just in case I actually play it, because, you know, she is vulnerable. But there's no issue with having it here because it's gonna replenish. And I did get Milky Way, but it already has Retain is the big issue. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna, Master of Collection on the Illusion Laser, just so I can play the ability now, not have to wait. And I'm gonna be leaving it in hand as long as possible, just so I can play it for free eventually. And this turn, I'm gonna burst Rainbow as hard as I can. I want to take no risks here. I'm already at half HP, so that is risk enough. So I'm just gonna hit her as hard as I can. And try and finish her off later on. We got a couple of potions here. The orbs are now low enough that Sunlight Illusion is gonna kill. And I am very interested in getting the Astrology. So that's 1 orb down. I do want to get to both Cling Energy. Yeah, all of these cards are good. I want to get to them. So I'm gonna spend a bit more on card draw here with the Craft Potion. Plus, we are very likely to draw the potion itself. So we have Cling Energy here to cantrip, and there's only 1 card left in our deck. So if I do Product of Failure, I'm very likely to draw a potion. And then I can Age the Stream, probably Occult to the Milky Way. And if we don't draw the potion, then I'll just, you know, block normally or maybe spend the Astrology. In fact, I wanna make her vulnerable, so the potions get harder, so I'm just gonna Occult now. Yep. Now I'm gonna draw the potions, and if I don't draw the potions with this, I'll do the Astrology. In fact, I think doing is it... what's better first? I don't need to use the Astrology this turn, so if this is good enough, I'm just gonna let this be good enough. It wasn't good enough, so I guess I'm playing the Astrology then. We get rid of the other orb, hit Rainbow Hard, draw another card. Full Moon Howl is gonna leave her on basically almost no damage here, and another turn of vulnerability to her counter. Only 8 damage, so we can spend mana on exiling that and just full block anyway. And now our Illusion Laser costs 0, so I no longer have any issues just casting it every time I see it in my hand. I'm gonna play the potions, Clean Energy to hopefully draw them. Yep. Okay, so the Craft Potion is guaranteed to draw both of the potions, this one and the one it's gonna create, and give us the Satellite Illusion. It will also reshuffle our deck, so Satellite Illusion, the Astrology it creates, I mean, we'll have the Scry available, and we might actually just be able to finish the combat this turn if we get, like, kinda lucky. 23, 23. And I punch Reimu. She's at 42. I'm gonna look for some more damage sources off of this Astrology. Yeah, the Illusion Laser seems good for me. That is 15 more damage. Shoot her twice. Get rid of the curse. And she is almost gone. So yeah, this wasn't a problem at all. Well, I guess now she's got some more barrier, but the TNT took away most of it. Product of Failure, just to, again, before I draw, I always want to put the potions in my deck. And I didn't realize, but my draw pile was empty, so this is a guaranteed kill. And that's Act 1. So, Energy Relics. So our options here are Bloodthirsty Jinjang Orb, which is Reimu's main relic for her A setup. Bottled Soul, defeated enemies no longer drop power. For each power that would have dropped, we gain 3 money, and it gives us black mana. And Ice Scale, after an ability card is played, 2 random cards in the hand temporarily costs 1 less. That has synergy with our Master of Collection here, but not like anything else right now. So, considering we want to go to shops constantly, I'm very tempted by the Bottled Soul. This is like, I'm not even gonna consider the Jinjang Orb here, but the Ice Scale gives us blue mana. This would allow us to like access the blue Marisa cards. I don't remember many of them like off the top of my head, but for example, Patchouli would be a very good one that works well with the potion setups. But honestly, we don't have much synergy with the ability card stuff, and this means that we can actually just go to every shop we ever find, I think, pretty much. We're not gonna have our spell card most of the time, like unless we get stuff that gives us power. We are gonna get some, like, once we exchange the high-tech glasses, thankfully, so that might be what covers that weakness for us. But yeah, I think the Bottled Salt is the better option here. Not by a lot, because, like, again, unlocking off-color cards is generally a very good thing. But, yeah, in this case, I think this helps us way too much with our current game plan. So yeah, I'm gonna pick up the money, pick cards. So, I pretty much never picked this. Seems way too expensive for what it does for me, I think. whenever you spend any rainbow mana, you deal damage to every enemy, but it does cost 4, which is a very high cost. It does have synergy with the potions, because, you know, obviously these generate loss of mana, but it's not good enough in my opinion to actually go for it. Waste utilization, just up to 2 cards from the hand, exile them and add that many unstable potions to the discard pile. When it's like this, it's like, could help go infinite, it's not like really amazing. The upgrade, however, lets you like exile from the draw and discard pile as well. So if we get this and we haven't drawn like some of our misfortunes and stuff, like if this is upgraded, we can exile, like let's say we exile our eviction order, one of our normal attacks. That is actually very helpful with going infinite. And our other option would be like one of the main black burst cards. This is basically like you enter burst. If it's upgraded, you also gain 5 temporary firepower, and you have to win that turn. Because if you don't, next turn you just die. That's it. You lose. Technically, I think this is you get dealt 999 damage. So like, as you see here, with Flawless, there's no need to fear the fall of a black hole. Flawless is the status that, you know, reduces the all damage you take to 1. So that would technically prevent you from dying, I believe. Yeah. I tend to like Event Horizon a lot. However, this fits better with our game plan. I'm gonna try and get it upgraded if I can. But yeah, this is like more unstable potions into our draw pile. Helps more with going infinite thanks to the exile, all that stuff. And if we get it on our starting hand, it does get rid of the Long Night, worst case, so yeah. Not much to discuss here. I'm really interested in going to every shop I can, even more than now that I have the Bottle Soul. So just, you know, I see shop, I go that path. This is the Drowned Girl. She's gonna debuff us on our first turn, but that means the first turn doesn't really present any challenges for us. Which means like we again, like I want to use Master of Collection on something that's actually worth retaining. So the first thing I'm gonna do is look for one of those cards with Astrology. None of these work. West Utilization is not really it either because it exiles itself, but I guess I'm going to just you know, exile the Long Night. Doesn't really matter. Actually, I'm not even gonna do it. Like I'm gonna exile the Boundary and the Shoot because those are like basic cards. The less I see of them, the better. Because the Long Knight's gonna exile itself as soon as this resolves anyway. And I guess since I'm gonna have Craft Potion, Clean Energy, and Subtle Illusion here, I am gonna be able to draw cards on my next turn most likely. So I can just set up the Product of Failure so that I have an empty draw pile when I play it. So I'm just gonna retain this rather than play it now. Even if I had enough mana to play it and didn't have anything else to do with the mana. So, with this setup, we can actually guarantee a very powerful turn here. We're gonna make her vulnerable, hit her with the Subtle Illusion. And now this Astrology is going to let us look at all but one of these cards. And we're basically going to want to like get the Craft Potion and leave as few cards as possible in the draw pile, and then we're gonna like combo Craft Potion plus Product of Failure using the Occult to have enough energy to do it and bomb her down. So yeah, Milky Way out, Clean Energy out, get the Craft Potion, Occult, put the Unstable Potions in the deck, Craft Potion. And this is 60 burst damage because she's vulnerable. That was a massive amount of damage. And now we also get to weaken her with the Age to Stream. And now we just have to defend so we don't take damage from the drowning and the attack. So just run defense twice. Exile the Shadow so we, you know, don't draw it, but it's unlikely that the fight will last that long anyway. And just go to our next turn where we will likely and hopefully defeating the Drum Girl. We draw one more potion that I didn't realize we had, and Satellite Illusion ends it. Yeah, as you can see, we're getting like a lot of money very fast. Because the directional laser here is kinda like better thanks to the Master of Collection. Not sure if it's good enough. It is pre-upgraded. Parting Woes here is also kinda good. It's temporary retain, but the temporary retain is still good enough to like reduce our costs, and if we want to set up infinites, like the block is going to help. I think Parting Woes here is actually a good card. I'm gonna pick Parting Woes. Ideally I'll also upgrade it so I can retain 2 cards rather than 1. Yeah, I like this card here. Synergy with our Master of Collection. So Shinmyamaru, this is a basic focused event. Basically, upgrade 5 of your basics, remove a non-basic, or transform 3 basics in exchange for a chunk of your max life. I've mentioned this on Sakuryo's run. I tend to transform cards because if I get good cards, it's basically like kinda removal, and if not, like it's very hard for cards to be worse than the basic cards anyway. So yeah, if we weren't already removing a ton of cards, the grow could be good, and if we didn't want one of our non-basic cards, then the shrink is also an option. But I think I like all of my non-basics, honestly. Yeah, there's nothing here that I really dislike. I was very careful when adding cards to my deck because of the attempt at maybe going infinite later, so we can just transform 3 cards. So since we are like, our damage mostly comes from the potions and explosions anyway, we don't really need that many attacks, so I'm just gonna go like shoot, and maybe a block, just so I can keep like 1 illusion laser just in case. And I consider the Sipping Miasma a direct upgrade. Asteroid Belt is whatever, probably gonna be removing this once we are done removing our basic cards. And Danmaku Notes is not amazing, but better than the basics, certainly. So yeah, I think that was a worthy trade. Not amazing, but definitely worth it. The Fairy plus the Keystone encounter. The Keystone takes less 4 damage from unblocked attacks and protects the Sunflower Fairy. If you get rid of the Sunflower Fairy first, she does have less protection, but this one's not gonna lose his. If you get rid of the Keystone first, however, the Sunflower Fairy does lose her protection, so I tend to prioritize getting the Keystone first. Seeing our hand, I can full block with Boundary plus Milky Way, and I'm pretty sure I want to full block regardless of what happens, so I'm going to start with that. Which will also like get rid of our Long Night. And now I'm gonna just play the Occult, because sadly we need to, in order to play Master of Collection here, on the Craft Potion, and this in 2 turns is going to be free to play, and free card draw that also generates energy is inhumanly, ridiculously, absolutely amazing. So I really want some block here, and for one, making this weak is the play that reduces the most damage, I think, because this is aiming for 18, so weakening this is more important. And I'm absolutely playing the Cling Energy here. So okay, I have enough energy that I can play Illusion, Utilization, the Danmaku Notes. However, there's not much that I wanna like exile in my hand right now. So I'm not gonna be able to get the barrier from this. So yeah, what I'm gonna do here is Astrology to see what else I could get for this turn, maybe make a more informed decision. And actually, having Product of Failure here, I think I can get some potions off of this Astrology. so I'm actually gonna like get rid of these two. Plus, it does also give us, like, if we get any of those potions, we can use the waste utilization on the shadow, so that would be good. Astrology, here's the potion. However, we might not, because like I want to defend myself, take as little damage as possible. Like even playing this, I'm still gonna take some damage. Considering, yeah, this isn't free yet, but considering I'm basically gonna be generating energy because there's already one potion here, and I'm gonna make another one with this, I am gonna actually just play the craft potion here. I don't want to be taking like a ton of damage this turn like I'm taking right now. And that's going to really help me not do that. And I got super luck with the potions, so I can actually... Okay, I can't kill it because I have no damage on my hand currently. But what I can do here is Full Moon Howl, which will reduce the damage I'm taking quite a lot, thanks to this being a multi-attack. So yeah, now it's only 21. That means Parting Woes here is gonna give me full block, and also allow me to retain one of my cards. Probably gonna be, yeah, the Danmaku nodes here, just so I can make sure I have block for next turn. Maybe waste utilization wouldn't be bad, but this is basically a long-term card, and the fight is like halfway over already, so I'm not interested in that right now. Want to just finish the fight pretty soon because the keystone's already almost gone, and this is going to be vulnerable for quite a few more turns still. Yeah, I'm gonna get the keystone out of the way. That also gets me an astrology, which I'm gonna use to find better cards. Yeah, I'm gonna get Product of Failure. Since this is not attacking next turn, I'm not in a rush to really do anything here. I'm gonna do this. Just, you know, play a random card just because. And that means next turn, I am going to be drawing 2 potions when this is vulnerable, so it's gonna deal pretty massive damage. And I'm gonna have plenty of energy to play whatever I want. But I forgot about the TNT, which is going to end the fight on its own. So nothing else to worry about anymore. Yeah. Okay, so radioactive elements. Whenever an unstable potion is activated, gain 1 charge, and you add 1 stable potion to that. This is basically the perfect mix of unstable potions and the burst. And it technically doesn't cost as much energy as it says it does. But since you're adding the unstable potions to the hand, you're gonna recover part of the energy you're using. So I think this is one of the best abilities for potions. And yeah, the charge is just gonna slowly build up and get us into burst eventually. Like if we have any other cards later that give us charge, this just lets us get there quite quickly. Ready for burst would have been a good option if we didn't have the elements already, but since we do, sadly Ready for burst is not good enough. But 6 block and 2 charge for 1 energy is actually kinda decent. Even more if it's 9 block when upgraded. But yeah, sadly, we can't pick this. We can't pick up both of them right now, and I think radioactive elements is amazing, so that's what I'm gonna be picking up here. We go to the shop. Okay, so super mushroom when acquired gain 200p. This would be interesting because we don't really gain much power. But we're gonna waste almost half of it because we're very close to having a spell card. And our next encounter is Rinozuke, who's going to give us the console to gain more power anyway. Like 5 power every fight, so nothing to worry about there. Yeah, Black Notebook, not really interested. At the start combat, all enemies denominated lose 30 life. Not sure if this is enemies I've found before, or basically like named characters like Jomu, Remu, etc. Yeah, not really all that interesting right now. So yeah, I'm just gonna be removing, get rid of. I consider radioactive elements an offensive card, so I'm gonna get rid of my last illusion laser, I think. Yep. And well, we've seen all of these cards already except like Battle Stance. I don't put that many potions into my draw pile that I'm not immediately trying to draw, so the Firework Potion isn't that amazing. Battle Stance is temporary firepower, preferable for the other, like for red Marisa. Like, it's not awful for us, but again, we want to focus on very specific stuff here. We don't need 2 full mouse. Would like this if it was upgraded. Without it, not really that interested. Status / Misfortune builds, not upgraded. Already mentioned Magic Converter. Only thing that really interests me here could be an extra Satellite Illusion. But I think I don't really want to be adding like a lot more cards to the deck. If we had been able to get rid of like Asteroid Valve Sipping Miasma, maybe an extra attack could be good and Satellite Illusion is a good one. But as things stand, I think I'm happy with staying as I am. Just move forward. So, Black Lotus, Lava Apparatus, those are both exhibits that we like very, very much. There's no shot we're selling in them, so we're not going to trade with Rinozuke. Rinozuke, I think is the pronunciation. But we are going to make the high-tech glasses for game console exchange. That means after 6 combats, we're going to have our spell card available. Probably the last one we're going to be using. But yeah, we are probably gonna like focus on either of these paths to get an elite after our shop on the last run. I mean on the last piece of the act. For now though, we want to focus on shops. And sadly, the only shop we see here does not have an elite. But we didn't have our spell card regardless, so that is also a safer way anyway. So that is the path we're going to be taking. So we can keep removing our cards. Okay, so the Fox Yokai here is kind of a dangerous enemy for us, because we want to be playing a lot of cards in a single turn generally, and the charm she's gonna put on us is going to like reduce the amount of cards we can play per turn to 3 max. So yeah, that is going to be a small problem. What I'm gonna do here is make sure I can at least defend myself by playing Master of Collection here on the Rune defense. That way I have 2 defense that retain. On this turn I'm gonna Full Moon Howl plus CP Miasma to deal some damage to her, and hopefully we'll be able to kill her relatively fast. Unlike with the Poison Lady plus Rabbit Trickster fight, you don't have to focus as much on the Rabbit Trickster here, because the charm is a very powerful effect that we have to be very careful with. So she's a bigger priority, and also like at this point it's a lot easier to kill the Rabbit Trickster once the Fox Yokai is gone. So the only thing of use she's going to be doing is like giving us -5 firepower or -5 spirit on each turn. So yeah. And I just spend my mana efficiently, dealing as much damage as I can to the Fox. And hopefully this will be good enough. Thankfully the Fox Yokai doesn't tend to hit too hard. Like you see here, just 16 damage. So hopefully that's not going to be a big issue. And yeah, I'm going to be playing... We really want to focus on... Like, we always want to focus on the unstable potions, but even more in this case, because those like play themselves, like they exile, so they don't count as cards played for the Fox Charm. And since Parting Woe can give us full block here, and also retain a card that's gonna be free next turn, I'm gonna play Clean Energy first, just to see what I draw. But I'm gonna be playing Parting Woes, and I guess I'll be playing it on the Subtle Illusion that we are most likely gonna play next turn. And we keep, thankfully, just retaining cards that can give us block. So at the very least, we're not worried about getting hit without being able to block here. And, okay. So she has 60 HP, which is not that much at this point. So what I'm gonna do here is play the Ageless Dream, Hater, kinda hard with Subtle Illusion. And now I have 2 astrologies here that are gonna be like go through a decent chunk of the deck. And next turn I am gonna like get card draw, the radioactive elements, and another unstable potion. So I'm very likely to be able to kill this anyway, or to kill the fox anyway. So I'm just gonna play the Milky Way here to like just full block, not have to worry about it. Next turn I will be very likely to just finish her off, hopefully. And once I finish her off, if I still have energy, the charm goes away as soon as the Joker is gone, so I can start getting the Trickster out of the fight as well. Oh, and we got the TNT, which I never seem to remember, which is also very good. Okay, so if we get lucky with any of our potions, pretty much, we do have -5 firepower, but the vulnerable and weak. But with the vulnerable, it should be like lethal or almost lethal, which means that I can just Asteroid Ball afterwards to finish the fight. So yeah, if we get lucky with any potions at all and hit the Fox Yokai, this fight should be over this turn. So I'm gonna play the power. Sadly did not get lucky with that. I still have 2 more cards, so I am going to craft potion here. And it did fail again, but what we can do here is full block with Parting Woes that we just drew thankfully. We're going to retain Asteroid Bells here, and since next turn the bunny is going to be debuffing our Spirit instead of our firepower, Asteroid Belt is guaranteed to kill the Yokai, leaving us completely open to finally finishing off the Trickster with every other card we have in hand. And we're gonna like finish the fight without taking any damage. Even more if we get the unstable potions. Yeah, just Asteroid Belt, Subtle Illusion, fight is over. So we actually have a decent amount of scrying now. Our Subtle Illusion gives us an astrology every time we play it. Actually, I thought we had like 1 more source. I guess not. Still, the premeditation wouldn't be completely awful, but I guess it's a little worse than I thought. Another Milky Way, since we have Master of Collection, could be interesting. But I think we're doing fine on blocking cards, so I don't want to add more cards to the deck unless they're very good. And I'm not like super interested on Heart Blossoms. It's a decent hybrid card in Act 1 that also like gives you AoE. But at this point I really don't think it's that important to me. So yeah, I'm gonna skip here. If I had like one of the defense that add astrology, or I had picked up the second Subtle Illusion, I think I would have gone with Premeditation here. But in this case, I'm just gonna be skipping. We get okay, Remelia event, which is you get unremovable misfortune. You lose 5 life if you didn't gain life this turn. You do retain it, so it doesn't bother you for certain things, but that means the lose 5 life effect is active every turn. And the idea is you can replace your normal attacks, like the shoot and the... well, I've already removed them all, so it doesn't really matter. But you could replace them with the Devil's attacks, which is heal a bit more damage and also gain you life. So it's not awful. If you don't have sustain and you want sustain, you could do this. If you have the spacesuit, she will actually like do this without giving you misfortune, which is generally not worth it because the spacesuit is really good. I think you'd rather get the misfortune, honestly. But if you have the Hina doll and that prevents you from getting the misfortune, you could actually just do this and get like upgraded attacks that basically give you sustain. And if you're doing something with colorless mana, like those are like colorless by default. You don't need to upgrade them for them to be like 2 generic mana. So that could be like interesting. But in my case, they're completely useless. I don't even have any attacks to exchange anyway, so yeah. We're just gonna ignore Remelia here. Okay, so I'm looking at the cards right now. Private Radar is kind of interesting. Choose an attack or defense card from the draw pile, put it into the hand. It exiles before you upgrade it. Sadly, our important cards are neither attacks nor defense, so not useful enough. Then we have Embrace the Darkness here. We've already talked about this, I think. Basically lets you make your deck really small, and then if you have attacks that you can cycle for like if you hit something, gain energy, like draw a card, hit something, draw a card. With the lava apparatus, yeah, I've already talked about this. You could go infinite like that, but yeah. I still don't really have anything of the sort. Closest thing would be like Satellite Illusion. I guess, actually, if I do Master of Collection on Satellite Illusion, and I just exile the rest of my deck, if this is free, it could go infinite with itself. Like, I play this for free. I use Astrology to draw it. I play this for free, use Astrology, etc, etc, etc. This is something to consider right now, actually. The other option, obviously, is removing a card. Also, we have Phoenix Winds Rise here, which I mentioned works well with the Ticket to Hell. And Mushroom Feast as well, since it heals you for the HP you're bleeding out with the other cards. I'm honestly very tempted by the Embrace Darkness. Like, maybe this could be the time where I actually try this. And we just have to find like a premeditation on the way, so that the Astrology with Scry actually gives me block. And that would mean that I can go infinite with infinite block as well. So I wouldn't have to worry about Seiya dealing damage to me with the Giant Caesar. Who's our boss on this? Yuyuko, who puts a curse on us that prevents us from healing, so nothing that prevents infinites. Yeah, the real danger would be like Act 3 for Emilia, but we'd have like a ton of time to actually prepare for Emilia, so am I going to a gap soon? Like, go to this shop here and then I have the gap here. Like, let's say I do actually do the Embrace the Darkness, and I would have to go to a gap to upgrade it. Yeah, like, my entire deck is defense, skill, and abilities, basically. Like, my final hand would probably like Asteroid Belt, Seeking Miasma, Satellite Illusion. So yeah, that's actually something I'm going to try this time. Never say I don't try anything new, I guess. Not that you would, considering you've seen me like play 2 runs. Yeah, the Caracasa would also have been interesting. Like, it's a relic I like. First turn you get 8 block and the free upgrade, so helps you set up early. Bamboo, if we had Grace, could be interesting, but we don't. But yeah, I'm gonna be getting Embrace the Darkness here. And yeah, I'm gonna try and upgrade this as soon as possible, and I'm gonna try and build a deck that can go infinite with this, yeah. Because like, the thing is, you might be thinking, but hey Saving, you're not gonna like be able to guarantee you play Master of Collection on turn 1 on the Satellite Illusion. But the thing is, like, once I play Embrace the Darkness and I exile the rest of my deck, eventually I'm going to get back to the Master of Collection with Satellite Illusion in hand. So at that point I just have to wait 2 turns, 1 if I upgrade this, and this will be free forever. So yeah, I do have that chance. For now, however, we don't really need to be going infinite, so I'm not gonna be worrying about that. Or maybe this could serve as good practice, honestly. Like, for now, I'm just gonna... I wanna block 26, it's gonna take these 2 cards. Like, I'm just gonna know, yeah, I'm not using all of my red, which means I'm gonna full block. I can do a cold to play Master of Collection here. And yeah, I'm not gonna like focus on trying to go infinite on this one. Shouldn't be necessary this combat. Like this is a relatively simple combat, not gonna like last that long, I think. Okay, so I do want to play the broom defense here, because I'm taking 14 damage otherwise. Ideally also the full moon howl. That means I have 3 mana left. I can actually just... Maybe I can just play Embrace the Darkness. I'm not gonna be able to play radioactive elements. Yeah, because I'm gonna get 1 potion. That means I'm only gonna be able to play either broom defense or full moon howl. So yeah, this just means like I would be taking like 4 damage for no reason, I think. So I'm just gonna be doing this here. There's the darkness, full moon howl, room defense, and I'm just gonna be playing the sipping miasma already. I don't need to wait. That way I punch in this, which ignores the rock hard buff, and I get rid of it a bit sooner. Now my defenses are going to be costing very little, so I don't really have to worry about much. And yeah. In fact, I can even Parting Words here on the Satellite Illusion. It'll be discounted next turn. Then do Product into Craft. Hopefully draw some of the potions, yeah. This is retaliating even with just the potions, but I have blocks, so I'm not really that bothered. And let's just try and finish this phase up. It's just Dream for the weaken. Goes down to 14 attack. And punching here gets rid of it thanks to the push. Oh no, because of the rock hard. I guess I'll just ask the Red Vial to finish this. When they die, they don't counterattack anyway. There we go. And play the Broom defense and just go to next turn. Get the TNT proc. Saddle Illusion. Didn't we retain this? Don't tell me I misread the... No, it says this combat. Yeah, I must not have retained it. Never mind. So you're just gonna play the astrology to find the damage cards. That should be good enough. Thanks to the vulnerable, yeah. Okay, so the run's gonna be getting a little bit more confusing for everyone here, because I'm not used to. I'm learning life, I guess. Seeing how our skills are gonna ideally be free later. This is good card draw that generates energy. I'm gonna pick up the second craft potion. This could also allow us to go infinite without having to exhaust our entire deck, but I'm likely gonna be trying to do that anyway, so. So, exhibits. Apple, this is 12 maximum life. Could be good, we do have very little maximum life anyway. Secret Cloak, at the end of the player's turn, gain 1 block for each card in the hand. Pretty sure the Secret Cloak's gonna be better here, because, you know, we are going to be retaining some cards, so that's one guaranteed block, and that should be very helpful. So either path to the shop is fine, really. We're definitely strong enough for like an elite, so I'm just gonna go to the one that has the event first. Wait 1 second. Ringo here offers us the EMP device. Already talked about this event on my other runs, I'm pretty sure. But basically there's Like, unless you are like retaining a ton of cards and the replenish here doesn't actually take effect, there's no reason not to take this. It's good against the drones if you find them. If not, you just waste it whenever. And we're going to the shop. At this point, removing cards is like less necessary because we're gonna be exhausting them anyway. But I'd still like to like get to the Embrace the Darkness as soon as possible, and maybe we can just upgrade it there. That is most of our abilities here, huh? With the biggest issue being that we're getting hit for quite hard. 28 damage. So seeing that, I really want to be looking for some block, so I am going to play the Satellite Illusion here, just so I can play the Astrology. And is Broom Defense really the best we can do? Not really, but there's not like a huge chance that we get better than that. So I will be taking that, at least instead of like 28, we're gonna be taking 18. Noticeably less damage. So I do want to play the radioactive elements here. No, let's go with Embrace the Darkness actually. That way we can actually just run defense without using Oracle. And start thinning the deck. Oh, and the cloak did help us conserve some HP, thankfully. Okay, so at this point, thankfully our colorless mana that we got from getting purified is actually useful, because everything we have costs 1 anyway. So let's start with card draw and just keep using things as we find them. EMP device on the purifier that's attacking twice. Don't have to worry about that anymore. Drop an Astrology to find our better cards. Yeah, I can get Product of Filler here for 2 more potions. Sadly, I don't have any other card drawing hand, but you know, I'm gonna drop Waste Utilization here. Exile a Curse and an attack that I don't want. And that is going to allow me to just play Parting Woes here, conserve the Broom Defense, get rid of the Shadow, and next turn we're gonna have a pretty explosive turn, ideally. So here come the potions. So Vulnerable only affects the Kappa, but we're kind of close to killing her anyway. So I'm actually just gonna play it here and hit her with the Asteroid Belt. And just, you know, play my card. I have plenty of block at this point, the rest of the fight just plays itself. Just keep drawing cards, blocking, only block as much as you need to, so you don't exile like all your block cards before you're ready. But other than that, just keep blocking and drawing. This is 16, so just Danmaku notes. Get rid of the Ageless Dream because it doesn't affect the drones anyway. And just keep the rest of the hand. At this point, Milky Way has ramped up quite a bit too, so we shouldn't have any more troubles for the rest of the fight. With TNT, just finish off the fight with Satellite Illusion. Yeah, same decision as last time. Like, we don't want attacks. This is card draw. Just going to go for it. Okay, so while I check out this shop, I'm gonna also like take a few seconds here to close the windows. So I'll be silent for a moment. Be right back. So there's basically two things I would like from this. The Orthodox Rebellion is a pretty good card. Let's find the important power soon, like the astrology. Scry 3, draw 1 is like less powerful than, let's say, draw 3 to just have a high amount of cards. But if you're just looking for a very specific card, it's actually just outright better because you can see 4 cards rather than 3. And since our whole deck works basically off of Embrace the Darkness here, I think I actually just really like this card. So yeah, we get some block. This is gonna be free if we already have the other thing active, and it's gonna like look for other cards thanks to the astrology. So yeah, this just does pretty much everything we wanted to do. And I do think that considering how our deck's going, I am actually just going to upgrade the Embrace the Darkness here. Having everything cost 0 is going to be a massive help. And once that's done, we should be able to start just going infinite quite often. Maybe even against this elite. Yeah, Kokoro does not put like all that many curses in the deck, so once we're set up, we should be able to go infinite very easily. And as you can see here, we're just getting the Embrace the Darkness turn 1. So like turn 2 maybe, we might already be infinite. Not turn 1, because remember, we do have Master of Collection here that ideally we will upgrade soon as well. Because we do need to like retain the astrology, the satellite illusion until it's free, if we actually want to go infinite with this into astrology. So yeah, do be aware of that. So yeah, Embrace the Darkness. Just doesn't affect the statuses. Oh, it's unplayable. So even if we have Embrace the Darkness, since this says specifically that it's unplayable, I guess we can't play it regardless. Still though, like, we just do this, technically it's just so we can exile the Long Night. And now, like, we don't care about these attacks, so we're just gonna exile them with waste utilization and just draw through our deck as fast as we can. That is 3 card draws. We'll just play our free cards. We now have like enough block for to just block everything. The one reason I'm gonna use astrology here though is if we find more card draw or the satellite illusion, we might just be able to set up for infinite turn 2. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of radioactive elements here because it's a good card, but right now it's only an obstacle when getting to the card we want. But I am going to leave the rest. The astrology, for what should be obvious reasons, just more scry and it's technically a redraw. And craft potion, because like leaving it there is going to be the same as just like taking everything off of the board for the next one, and it does get us an unstable potion, so don't really see the harm there. And we did find the subtle illusion, so we just discard the miasma, draw for the extra free potion, and we Master of Collection on the subtle illusion. We're not technically infinite, it's going to cost like 1 mana, but we're gonna be able to play this like a ton of times, assuming that we exile the rest of the deck. So the potions are popping off, just gonna... Yeah, like when everything is free, like just the only resource right now is our cards. So we do want to like keep some cards until we're ready to go full Unga Bunga, shall we say. So yeah, for example here, like, I have this in deck, I don't have card draw. I could just exile both of these just because, but it doesn't really change anything to play the burn defense. And I can just play Parting Words to retain it, just keep it there, not actually like lose it, and get rid of the eviction order either apparently. That's a shame, I really thought I would be able to get rid of those curses with the Embrace. I guess I'm gonna have to save waste utilization for those. Yeah. And now Satellite Illusion is free. So if we manage to exile the rest of our deck, we can just play this infinite times and be done with this. Yeah, craft potion to draw more cards. This is kind of disappointing. I really thought Embrace the Darkness would let us get rid of those, but I guess it's statuses, mostly? Yeah, it's status cards, not the... No, but this is a status card! Yeah, that feels weird. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it certainly doesn't feel intuitive. Still, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so this is 28 damage. So we do this. It's only 23 blocks, so I'm going to play the Satellite Illusion here, so I can play the Astrology and look for better. I get rid of the glare, draw these. Hopefully we hit them in Reiki and we don't have to worry. We don't. We draw another card, but actually just sipping my asthma here with the poison is going to finish it off anyway. So we don't have to worry, thankfully. And at this point, I'm pretty sure the only cards left in our deck are the Curses, Sipping Miasma, and Subtle Illusion. So yeah, we just Subtle Illusion. Astrology to draw it. And we're even generating blue energy. Yeah, this is infinite. And we just play this 6 more times. And we'll get rid of Kokoro. We're gonna need to save up the waste utilization, it seems, in the end, for all of these cards that contaminate our draw pile, because I thought I would normally be able to get rid of them, but apparently I was wrong. And we get it one last time, so I'm just gonna finish with Sipping Miasma here. And that's us going infinite. Just a knife makes our basic attacks more powerful, really like irrelevant at this point, considering I have none of those. Unwarmer here is very good, plus when we upgrade it, it's innate. So what we can do with this is like, it starts in our hand, we use it to exile Long Night, and we don't have to worry about our early energy costs. I really like, every time I can get at least one hand warmer on Lunatic7, I will do it. So yeah. Now we're going to upgrade the Master of Collection, so we can go infinite without having to worry about wasting 2 turns rather than 1. And we're fighting Yujiko. Yujiko's like a kind of slow boss that basically has inevitability by making you unable to heal and just keep you losing HP constantly. But in our case, like since we don't really take turns rather than just do all of our stuff in a single turn, we should be able to like fight her relatively easily. So let's first get rid of the Long Night. Okay. We have enough black mana that I feel comfortable using Craft Potion here. And it's card draw anyway, so yeah. In Astrology, gonna go for the second Craft Potion. If I do this, it will be 18 and 7, 25 damage. I kind of regret this actually now, because I think I'm going to just play the Full Moon Howl, Milky Way, just so I don't take damage this turn. Next turn we can just, as soon as we get the, what do you call it, the Embrace the Darkness, we should be fine, I think. Okay, so Clean Energy here is a free draw. Unwarmer is gonna get rid of our Eviction Order, draw 2 cards. Okay, so this would be actually 32 damage, it's kinda high, I didn't think it would be this much. So what I'm gonna do is just go full defense, hold the Satellite Illusion for next turn. Like it doesn't change anything like with the retain because we haven't played with power yet, but it does give us full block and card selection for next turn. So next turn with this and the cards we normally draw, we're guaranteed to find the Embrace the Darkness. And we found it anyway. So we play this, and we go off. Just play all the card draw in the world. Okay, so I put the potions in there, get rid of the shadow. But before I draw, I am going to do the radioactive elements. Because if I draw potions and they give me charge, that will allow me to like do these things faster. Okay, so we'll only be taking 10 damage here, so I can just boundary. Yeah, like this doesn't retain anymore, so I don't really have any reason not to use it. Just get the astrology here, and the Orthodox Rebellion is fine with me. And yeah, we have enough block now. I'm just gonna do waste utilization on the asteroid belt, because they're not gonna like put curses in our deck anyway. So I'd rather just, and I already exiled the eviction order, so I'd rather just get rid of this so I can get to the other cards faster. And at this point, yeah, I'd rather save the astrology, because if we get Master of Collection and we can look for more cards, maybe I can just use this to find Subtle Illusion. And only spend like 2 more turns. Oh, that's nice. The Law of Mortality, like Jujiko's status effect, procs are Ticket to Hell. So we drew some more extra cards there. Get the TNT. Just keep exiling, keep playing card draw. And now we can Master of Collection on the Satellite Illusion. Since it's already upgraded, this is gonna go to free immediately in the next turn. And just for fun, partying on Sipping Miasma, so it's also free. And now we can just, yeah, we have 2 cards left, but we can just spend all our block just so we can exile the cards at this point, make sure we draw what we want. And that should be the game. Yeah. So, yeah. Now I Subtle Illusion, Astrology, and I just do this forever. Also, you might want like an X cost card under 2 circumstances. If you have no patience and you just wanna like finish this soon, like we are generating mana from the lab apparatus, so an X cost card would technically like let us finish the fight faster, rather than have to do the entire loop as many times as necessary. And there is actually one actually legitimate reason though, which is like if you wanna have a finisher so that the enemy doesn't just have a way to like the giant scissor blade, which we still don't have anything against for reference, or things like Remelia's Scarlet Fate, that would allow you to just turn your multiple cards into a big one that you can cast every turn. Like, let's say we found a card that gives you both block and damage for X mana, and playing that every turn was enough to slowly whittle her down while blocking her full damage. That would be a good card to have, because yeah, her anti-shenanigans Scarlet Fate does kind of screw us a little bit. And that's what you can do with our infinite. Really glad I can showcase this. Unlike on my last attempt where I got completely destroyed on Act 1. So, Stone of Aja, red to the mana base, start players first turn each combat, gain 2 firepower, that 1 Refractor Silent to the discard pile. This is not really good, like, we already have red mana, so this isn't gonna unlock any new cards for us. The firepower is kind of irrelevant, because we're just trying to go infinite, not kill the enemy with, like, limited number of attacks, and the refracted sunlight just makes it harder to go infinite as well, so really uninterested in this. This could be decent, but it is bad with our Ball Soul. Gives us black mana. After player activates her spell card, lose 1 life, draw 5 cards. Drawing 5 cards is a very powerful effect. Plus, since our spell card puts unstable potions into the drop well, this gives us the chance of drawing them immediately. But again, we don't really get much power because of the Ball Soul, so I don't think this is a good option. And this one is pretty decent. Ancient Magatama adds Philosopher's Mana to the mana base. After you spend 4 more mana to play a card, at the start of the player's next turn you gain an extra Philosopher's Mana. So for example, once we play Radioactive Elements, we get 1 extra mana on the next turn. It's the only card that actually affects it, but yeah. This is like worse than nothing. This is mostly useless, so I just take the card that doesn't give me like any color restrictions, even if it doesn't really help much. Sadly, we didn't unlock any new card colors, but you know, it'll do. True Full Moon here could actually be our solution to Remelia, maybe. When upgraded, it's 99 barrier, 9 firepower, but after you play 9 cards, you die. Obviously, it's not good for infinites, but yeah, it could be a solution in case we find Remelia. Don't think about it, but no, because I really don't like this card. Like, we're focused on an infinite. I think locking ourselves out this hard is a mistake, even if it sets us up for that. Like, it's 1 in 3 chance, and if it does happen, I think I'd rather spend the rest of the third act looking for a solution rather than just pick something up just in case. On the other hand, Supernova here is actually like pretty good. It's gonna give us energy, draw cards, and exile itself, so does not hurt us in the slightest for our infinite, and it could be our way to get our Satellite Illusion earlier. So yeah, this is an easy Supernova pick in my opinion. So at this point, like, please, okay, it's not Remelia. So at this point, I think I actually just want to go to every shop doing the minimum amount of combats necessary and try and find something to like gain block on our Sage combat, because Sage is the only actual threat we have left. So yeah, shops are the place where we can see the most amount of cards. I guess combats are like also a way to check out more cards, but so we don't really want to avoid combats, but also they're kind of an unnecessary risk once our deck is already powerful enough. So I think this path is like reasonable enough. Actually, if we like that path, this is the same. We just do the event later, and then we have the choice if we want to do a third fight instead. So yeah, top path is the choice here, I think, because we want to see as many cards as possible, so we can find our block solution for Seija. Okay, so we can do waste utilization here to remove the Long Night, draw some cards off of Craft Potion. Okay, so the problem here is this is going to start turning a random card each turn in our hand into like a frog. So if it hits our, where is it? Okay, if it hits our Satellite Illusion, we're kind of fucked. So hopefully that's not gonna happen. But yeah, I do think I have to go super fast in that regard to try and prevent that. We're getting hit for 20. I'm gonna retain the Master of Collection and play Room Defense. So I'm only interested in this if I want to use the Occult. So what I'm gonna do is get rid of these two because I'm not interested in the energy. I just want to go infinite as soon as humanly possible, and I'm gonna retain this just in case, so I can have more block next turn. So yeah, parting was Master of Collection, see if I can use it on the illusion. Brune Defense to finish the full block. That's the turn. I didn't need Brune Defense actually. The Secret Cloak would have finished it, so maybe I could have just kept the Craft Potion. So we lose the Hand Warmer, which is a shame. God. I'm kinda scared here. Yeah, this combat might be it. Unearthing the Embrace Darkness here, yeah. Not gonna play it until I'm sure I'm not gonna lock myself out, I think. And we're getting hit for a lot of damage, so Danmaku Notes, Occult for the mana, and Milky Way. Here's the Satellite Illusion. We lost the Embrace the Darkness, so that is a huge problem. Gonna Ageless Dream on her since she has to die ASAP. Radioactive Elements. Yeah, our focus right now is killing Suwako here. Well, Mamiso transformed into Suwako, I guess. So I am going to focus entirely on that. Probably gonna take some damage for it, but I think it's worth it considering the situation we're in. Gonna Astrology here. Get rid of the Craft Potion. Actually, do we have any attacks that this could get? I guess Asteroid Belt. Okay, but I don't want to take that much damage. Yeah, let's just get the boundary, block a bit, and go next turn. Like, I don't mind taking a bit of damage to like get rid of her as soon as possible, but I also don't want to just you know, die in the combat. That's fortunate. Get the TNT. Product of Failure's gone. I'm slowly losing all of my attacks. Kinda nervous because yeah, this encounter's kinda gonna screw you if you rely too much on one card and it gets taken away. Got rid of one enemy, so I don't have to block for as much. Supernova, Asteroid Belt, just focus all of my damage on Suwako here. I am mostly out of damage, but you know, I can Craft Potion and Astrology to find the potion. Perfect. If I draw the other... Okay, I didn't draw the other Craft Potion, but I did draw Orthodox, which is extra block. So this would be 17, so Milky Way is actually more. So yeah, the most block I could... Actually, what is... Yeah, this is Craft Potion. Yeah, the most block I can get here is 18 anyway, so I'm just gonna use this here. Retain the Orthodox Rebellion, so I can have a way to look for my other cards here. We do get a lot of block for Secret Cloak complete, so we don't have to worry about that. So I could transformed even more cards in our deck. Gonna have to hope they're not important ones. Yeah, Craft Potion, just got more potions. Try to kill Suwako here, and it is done. So we are at the very least safe, and we do enter first thanks to the potions. Subtle Illusion here, and I have enough Astrologies, I think, that I should be able to find another attack to finish this fight. Yep, you're sipping my asthma. Okay, so didn't talk much during that one because I was really nervous, and I might actually have to do another cut. I'm gonna try and hurry up this act a bit because we already are mostly set up. Another Satellite Illusion kind of saves us in a way of redundancy, so I am going to pick it up. Like, that way we don't have to worry about this here. And our scries are pretty good regardless. This is more cards we can draw off of Supernova. So we get the Lovesick Girl here. We mostly have to... Because every time, like, she has a 100% damage reduction. Every time we play one of her love letters, it reduces by 20%. So if we go, like, they are statuses, and they are playable. So if we do Embrace the Darkness, we can just play them for free. So that's gonna be what we're focusing on. Go hand warming to the long night here, so we can spend less mana on that. And yeah, now the usual, just card draw, focus on astrologies before. You know, I'll focus on the potions before because we want to find the potions just for extra mana, honestly. Okay, so at this point, not much more I can do here, and remember we can use our red block plus retain card on the satellite illusion later. So I am actually going to use Master of Collection, but since I do want to use other block cards first, I'm gonna use Occult here. That way I have enough red mana, because I did want to save red mana. So I can Danmaku notes here. I had concentration from one of the exile cards, I think. Yeah, the hand warmer. So that gave me some barrier as well. Now I'm just gonna Master of Collection on the craft potion, so it's gonna be free, and we can just go next turn. Because as soon as we get our Embrace the Darkness, our entire deck's gonna be free, and this is gonna be a lot easier to finish off. You just keep drawing cards. We really just want to get to our Embrace the Darkness as soon as possible. Not even gonna bother with the Supernova, just try everything out. Again, keep drawing cards. Gonna do the Scries first, because if I because this costs zero anyway. Let's just do it now. Stable Potion. We find our Astrology. Again, I'm only keeping the Unstable Potion here for the energy. I know I'm not doing any actual damage. Subtle Illusion. Again, no damage, but generates Astrology. And we finally find our Embrace the Darkness, which we can play here. And now our entire deck's free. We just play the Love Letters. And now block our nav and make the Satellite Evasion free off of Parting Woes plus our Master of Collection. And just, play the Asteroid Belt since we have energy for it. And now we just need to exile the rest of our deck, go infinite, and that will be it. So yeah, Common Howl for vulnerability and less damage. Got enough block. Love Letter. We have enough block thanks to the barrier, so I'm actually gonna retain the Milky Way rather than use it. And since we have two Subtle Illusions, I'm gonna use the one that's not reduced. So, do I have card drawing here? We have Supernova and the Craft Potions, so since I have card draw, I'm actually gonna take all of this away. If I draw card draw, I can exile even more cards faster. Stream, this Asteroid Belt just for the damage. I am still saving the EMP devices in case we get the last drone encounter, which is the 4 drones, 2 purifiers, 2 obliterators or something like that. I think they're called. I should have tried to shuffle the deck before using the Supernova actually. Not sure I actually can, but I should have at least tried. Yeah, I couldn't do it anyway. Don't need the Milky Way here to full block, just to use Boundary. Gonna let the waste utilization go. Might still need to exile something, so just in case. And I have enough block regardless. So yeah, keep playing the Love Letters, keep playing our card draw. Sadly, Orthodox Rebellion does not infinite combo in the same way as Satellite Illusion, since, this is a defense, so it's gonna exile itself. But we can play it now to draw cards. And at this point, even if we're not infinite, we're close enough to infinite that we can just draw enough cards and deal enough damage to just finish off the fight. And that's the Lovesick Girl gone. None of this helps with what we're trying to do. The runaway wouldn't be awful if it was upgraded, because it draws 3 cards. But right now, I'm not interested in any of this. So yeah, just skip. Go to the event, because the fights are actually being kinda rough, so I'd rather just avoid them if I can. Not interested in any of this. This doesn't help us, this doesn't help us. Like, this is literally a worse version of what we're already doing. So, Open Universe is actually very interesting here. We'll talk about it in a second. Relics, Soul Torch is very interesting as well. For now, however, I'm just gonna go... Actually, I'm gonna go upgrade. Because there is one upgrade that will be better than any removal. That is Hand Warmer. Make sure it's in the starting hand. Gets rid of our Long Night, helps us massively. Okay, so Open Universe, remove a card in the draw pile from combat, add 2 copies of it to the hand that temporarily cost 1 and have exile. This basically lets us tutor for any card in our draw pile. And that can work as either a tutor for Embrace the Darkness if we don't have it yet. We would get 2 copies of it, but which, you know, completely unnecessary. But we would get it faster if we didn't get it before. Or we could just copy our card draw once we're already set up. So I think this is good. Plus, if we get an ability that actually helps us like game block, as I mentioned before, because we are going to need something for block for Seija, we might be able to like clone it with this, which could help us. So yeah, I'm actually gonna be picking this up. Well, if the other thing's active, this is gonna cost 0 anyway, so it would be perfect anyway. Yep. Other than that, Soul Torch is honestly like really great, so I am actually going to pick this up. Prevents the first time we lose life each combat. Just absolutely great card in my opinion. I mean, great exhibit. Because like if I think that I can't block a hit, maybe I can just set up harder and ignore part of what they do. So, oh, Starry Flight is not good enough, sadly. But it's kinda close. Yeah, gain 16 barrier until end of turn, one of our unstable points activated, gain 4 barrier. But all of our barrier activators are limited with the Embrace the Darkness anyway, so not a big deal. I mean, it doesn't help enough, I think. Maybe it's still better than radioactive elements though. Yeah, the charge isn't being all that useful. I think I'm actually gonna get the Starry Flight. This barrier is a more permanent form of block, so at the very least it does buy us more time than just having radioactive elements here does. So I think it's a better option here. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. Now do this trade. Starry Flight. Do the Act 4 trade. And like before, we want shops to see the most possible cards. We don't have much money, but our relics are gonna take care of that on the 2 fights here. Okay, so the Fox Yokai's thing is absolutely going to destroy us if we let it happen. So priority number 1 is making sure this doesn't happen, and getting this early certainly helps with that. So yeah, let's Embrace the Darkness. Just go off as hard as we can. Do a card draw. Okay, so do we have attacks in the deck? EMP device does not count as an attack. We have another Satellite Illusion and the Asteroid Belt, which I think is good enough. So yeah, I am going to be taking the Supernova. Throwing away Parting Woes. Despite the fact that we have Master's Collection here. Supernova. Oh, it gets us potions as well. That is huge. I didn't realize that. Makes sense though. Subtle Illusion. Sipping Miasma. Hopefully the Astrology gets me more and better attacks. It gets me card draw, which is also good. Some extra block, astrology, more card draw, get rid of the clean energy and gain some more block. Because, yeah, this is 30 damage, we're still not up to 30 block. Like, we're saving the saddle illusion here, because if we want, ideally, like, we are going to Master of Collection it. But if we can't, like, I'll eventually just play it. Reach the stream here, Asteroid Belt. And in fact, we have to use it now if we want to, like, try and finish this off. Like, we can still just, you know, apply the effect to the saddle illusion list. So next time we draw it, it will be useful. But for now, we're just gonna use it here. Astrology. Get the open universe. And, you know, this doesn't actually help with anything, I guess. Because we only have 2 cards in our draw pile and they're not that interesting. I guess what we can do actually is, just in case we don't draw enough damage to... Well, the damage? Yeah, the damage is on. She has poison. But regardless, like, taking Starry Flight here is the best. Okay, I guess the open universe cost setting overrides the Embrace of Darkness, because they still cost 1 despite us having the Embrace. So I guess it didn't matter, but we can just, you know, play a cult, game barrier. This way, like, it's not very relevant, but this way we have a smaller chance of getting hurt in this combat. So we have poison here. We do get it blocked by the soldiers, thankfully. This is not a good hand though, Jesus. So, full moon. Thankfully we have our barrier. We're not gonna be able to kill both of them. And I'm pretty sure the poison they apply with their attacks is less than the poison that they apply with their deaths. So I want to get them both close, but kill none of them. So, sipping my asthma here. Just gonna get her very close. And the rest of the damage goes in the top one. This way, we don't kill any of them. So we minimize the amount of poison we get. We do take 5 damage here, but we can just finish the fight now. Double saddle illusion. Just, you know, play the block cards just in case. Astrology to shuffle and draw. Astrology. And that is it. Which is, you know, hit her from hand, because I already had an attack, but whatever. Astrology study could help find the cards we want, but don't really care enough about it, honestly. It's kind of slow, so even if it helps, like, it's gonna help long term, and our fights are generally short if we can get the Embrace of Darkness, so gonna be a skip in this. The other cards weren't really, like, of any interest, that's why I didn't bother explaining. Okay, so just start with the usual, Unwarmer and the Long Night. We have a decent chunk of Astrology here if we can use it. I'm gonna just Master of Collection here on the Saddle Illusion. That way we already have this part of the loop set up, we don't have to worry about it later. Gonna Supernova to draw the rest of our attacks. And yeah, just... We don't really have block right now. I'm gonna Astrology to try and find something. 15 is pretty good. Well, we're getting hit for 28, so 15 covers a good chunk of that. And yeah, we're probably gonna need more mana. Well, I'm not gonna do it yet, but I'll do it piercing. Since I'm probably not gonna use these 2 attacks, actually, I'm just gonna use the waste utilization on them now. That way, my astrologists can look for more potions on my drop pile. So, craft potion, not good enough, honestly. Full Monhal is very good because it is gonna reduce the damage they deal a lot. So I am going to keep that one open there. Play the Occult so I can full Monhal. And now this is 14, 16. This is almost full block, so I'm just gonna it's gonna be a little less because this is gonna gain 2 firepower when I play a defense card. But it's like 3 damage, and actually it's not even gonna be 3 damage because the attack order means that this is gonna deal 11, and then I'm gonna have 4 block against 7 damage, and the Soul Torch is going to proc and just protect me. Small mistake there, I used the Saddle Illusion that had retained. If I had used the other one, I could have retained the first one and made it free. But thankfully it's not a big deal. So, playing energy, I'm just gonna really look super hard for the Embrace the Darkness, here it is. Play it, Ageless Ring here. The weak is very important here because she's gaining quite a lot of firepower. She's going to gain even more when I play these cards. But I do need the block anyway, so I'm going to play them. And now we have a decent chunk of block and card draw. I can use the Open Universe once I draw from the Craft Potion too. So like product of failure. I can't, like I couldn't technically do the match with the Open Universe now because there's only potions. But like once I draw with Craft Potion, the deck shuffles, and I get to just Open Universe on Craft Potion, make them vulnerable, just more card draw, so I can get cards I can exile. Just play everything, keep exiling my deck. I'm almost done basically. And I'm not even gonna need to go infinite, I think, because the amount of potions I had. So yeah, so the draw piles are empty, so this is the only part of the deck left, and I have enough energy that I don't need to go infinite. I can just hit them with the illusions, use the astrology to draw them, and just play them for the full cost. So the borrow materials would have been a good way to go infinite if we didn't have our weird loop with Embrace the Darkness. Like the thing I mentioned last time with Craft Potion plus like 2 copies of Craft Potion and an energy generator was kind of like this. Like you had 1 rainbow to the hand, you add 2 mana, and you're basically gaining mana and drawing cards constantly. However, thanks to the fact that we have our where's it? The Embrace the Darkness here, we don't really need it. So I'm just gonna get. Am I gonna get another Supernova? I don't think I have enough attacks that it matters. I'm not gonna get them. Yeah, I'm gonna just skip here. The one way borrow materials could actually be useful is like giving us an alternate way to loop without Embrace the Darkness. But the issue with that is that we have so many cards now because we were assuming the Embrace the Darkness would bail us out by exiling our deck that it doesn't really work anymore. Like we can't do that infinite loop. So yeah, we can't actually take that and be happy with it. Ah, here it is, Premeditation. This is our block solution. With this, I think we've basically already won. I'm just gonna pick this up, upgrade it. We have our infinite block solution. And yeah, this is basically game over, thankfully. Because now our loop that of Saddle Illusion into Astrology just generates 6 block, playing 2 cards, so the Scissor is actually not good enough to deal, like, doesn't deal enough damage to outpace us. So that is actually just perfect. And since I don't really have to worry about any of that anymore, like, I'm gonna pick another Orthodox Rebellion because the scrying is very useful. So yeah. Again, like, as I mentioned, if you're looking for a specific card, the astrologies are kind of like as good as draw 4s. So 12 block, draw 4, pretty good I'd say. Just so we can find our Embrace of Darkness. Another option would have been like, if I had enough money, which I didn't, for reference. I'm pretty sure I didn't. Because I'm gonna like restart the level here just so I can see if I made a mistake. I am still going to do the same things. Like, I'm going to buy these 2 cards, and I'm going to upgrade the premeditation. Yeah, actually, no, I'm not even gonna bother, because even if I could pick up the smart speaker, like, so I could have the Embrace Darkness always being my starting hand, that means I wouldn't have the money for premeditation. So I'm happy with my solution. Premeditation is much better. We really were only missing something for Seija. This is like the only thing that we were worried about at that point. So yeah, that is actually better than the smart speaker in this situation. But yeah, if you have this kind of deck that's built around a single card, smart speaker, one of the best exhibits in the game for that. When acquired, choose a card in the library. At the start of combat, place it on top of the draw pile. So we would choose the Embrace the Darkness, and it would always be the first card we drew in every combat. Okay, so at this point, I actually do just want to avoid combats, just get to the end as fast as possible, ignore everything else. But as long as I can't avoid combats, I'm gonna keep using the same strategy as always. Just draw a lot of cards, look for Embrace the Darkness, and use it to hopefully win the game. Okay, so waste utilization, remove the eviction order and the EMP device. Do I even need this anymore? Like, can I just use it? I'm just gonna use it. At this point I don't really need it. So let's get rid of the asteroid belt instead. Well, I'm not gonna like use it immediately because I have other things to do, like looking for the Embrace the Darkness. But yeah, I can use it just fine at this point. I'm not gonna like miss out on anything. Premeditation's so close to being good enough. No. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let myself draw it and just play the Master of Collection. That way I can Supernova for the astrology, and Parting was to retain it, and that way I'll be sure that it's already free. So yeah, I'm just gonna draw it but not actually use it here. I guess I can just, you know, retain it. I don't care about the cost, the reduction that much, because I'm only gonna play this once, but at least it's a defensive measure for when Clumpy summons her fairies and starts beating me up. So yeah, I'm actually just gonna keep it. Just because I'm hoping and assuming that I'll draw cards that generate astrology. And I drew an astrology. So Premeditation, Embrace the Darkness. I also drew a Subtle Illusion. Supernova. Drew an Unstable Push and Seeping Miasma. Astrology. I'm just gonna look for card draw. No longer interested in anything that doesn't draw cards, I think. Just gonna Subtle Illusion. Yeah, at this point, the deck plays itself mostly, so my interest is just drawing cards. Open Universe here, knowing I have a Subtle Illusion in hand, is very good, because I have 5 cards. This will set me down to 3. Then I know I have another astrology in order to reshuffle the deck. And once I reshuffle the deck, I have every card left in the deck available to Open Universe. And I'll just pick any card that draws cards and just probably be able to just go infinite this turn. Well, not this turn because Subtle Illusion isn't free yet, but as soon as I retain it. Yeah, I get... I mean, I'd like to keep the Orthodox rolling, but it's really no big deal. Yeah. That shuffles the pile, and I Open Universe. Or what is my biggest card draw card? Just the Craft Potions? Yeah, just the Craft Potions. So I get the craft potions, play all of them. Oh, that was not a craft potion. Didn't really matter. I fat fingered it, I guess. Played too fast. Touhou for the debuff and the vulnerable. Ideally, I'm not gonna let them attack me. I'm gonna try and kill them, but just in case. Actually, it doesn't matter what I try to do because I just noticed I don't have any more card draw. So I'm gonna kill the Sunflower Fairy here. And like at this point, I have very few cards. A lot of them are potions or card draw. So I do just want to exile my hand. Except I'm not gonna exile the Parting Woe because I do still need to retain one of those somehow. But I am gonna be playing the rest of the hand. Had to be careful I didn't screw myself by exiling a card I still needed. But it's kind of no big deal. Plus, their madness doesn't affect me much because I can play their curses for 0. It is technically like card disadvantage because I'm drawing cards that don't do anything, but hopefully it won't be a big deal. Just play all the cards that put potions in the deck first, draw a card, get another astrology, more card draw. Like, I'm just keeping the potions honestly so I can start dealing damage. But they're not really necessary, they're just nice to have for faster combat. Exile more cards. What do I have here? Unstable potion. So, scry, draw it. Reshuffle. I do have their statuses now, which is kind of a bother, but oh well. Do I not have any more card draw left? Nope, only card cycling off of the astrologies. So, yeah, just gonna look for that. I do get one. And at this point, I'm just gonna keep the astrology in hand because I have way more than enough block. And it will help me look for the final pieces to combo next turn. Because I do have to exile these curses. So, Subtle Illusion, Parting Woes and Subtle Illusion, make it free once it spends a turn in my hand, and I'm just gonna get rid of the EMP device, and it will help me actually finish off this Black Butterfly with the poison. And I should now be able to go infinite, because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards. Well, I have the Lunacy now, I guess, so I will be 1 off, but with me exiling these, doesn't matter. Did I draw 1 more card than I... Oh, I retained this. I retained one of these, pretty sure. Yeah, I retained this one. And that was the reason why I had enough cards anyway. So that's nice. Okay, so I did this just for like speed, but actually I kinda just wanted to do this one. Because if I end up with this one in hand when I stop having energy to play them, it might screw me over. So let's just, you know, do the infinite. One thing you can do, like, once you've already done this, like, go to gameplay, turbo mode on, just so I can do the combo faster. I don't like doing this normally, because the animation's honestly absolutely beautiful. Like, I really like how they animated the attacks. The art in this game is very, very good. Absolutely nailed the Touhou atmosphere, honestly. But just for the infinite loops at least, save some time. So, yeah, I would like to end this running like 20 minutes tops if I can. I don't want to have a cut on the video or a small part of it remaining, and I do have to go somewhere in 20 minutes. Resolve gaps, oh, third turn, 3 energy, 20 block, it's nice, nothing special. Stargazing here, is a 1 mana skill, scry 7, draw 1 card. It is absolutely amazing when you're looking for a specific card. It even retains. This is absolutely beautiful, and it is something I really wanted, so there's no way I'm not taking it. This just helps us make it so much easier to look for our good cards here. So Soul Gem, after visiting a card, a gap, first turn of combat, you gain 1 of each color energy. Parasol, start a second turn, gain 12 block, 5 temporary firepower. Honestly, we have enough mana generally, that's not our problem most of the time. So I'd rather just get the free block. We also have the Parasol of gaps here, which is, by the way, Yukari's Parasol. But yeah, this means that on our first and second, on our second and third turn, we're gonna have quite a bit of free block, so we shouldn't have to worry much about combats. Okay, so minimum combats would be either top or like this one. Just gonna go on this one. Get to a shop. We get to our last shop before the end of the act. Okay, so remember, the Crow Tengu always starts with 10 damage on the first card you play. So I forget half the time. So be careful. You do want to exile the Long Night, but do block the attack first, unless you don't care about the damage you might take. Now we save 1 mana, not much, but helps. And we get the Embrace of Darkness already. So let's just play it. They are block cards. Now we definitely have enough block. And honestly, we have enough block. We even have barrier for the Apex Beast turn next turn, so I'm just gonna save both astrologies. Next turn we can just look for a card draw, maybe the Open Universe to get copies of the card draw as well. And just finish this as soon as possible. It's premeditation, because I do want the power for these scries. But I did indeed find Open Universe, so I'm gonna get the it's just the craft potions. Get the craft potion. These ones have the view as well, because the view status is copied. So this is 3 card draws, which is very good. Yes, product of failure, vulnerable and weak. Exile, misfortune status with waste utilization. Keep drawing cards. Keep drawing cards. And get some more block. Stargazing here. So yeah, I'm gonna get rid of everything here that doesn't draw cards. So craft potion. Exploded. I still have turbo mode. What about that? Yeah, this isn't like such a long combo, even if I have to do the entire thing, so I'd really rather not be on turbo. Yeah. Keep drawing cards. We are already infinite. You know. I mean, technically we're not infinite because these cost energy, but we're close enough to infinite that it doesn't make a difference for us. Like, we're gonna deal enough damage, certainly. Yeah, just unstable potion, draw the last attack. Don't even need to go infinite. If you play enough cards, doesn't matter that you're not infinite, you do enough to finish the fight. Technically this isn't like, this is card neutral because it draws 3 cards but it costs 1 card and it adds 2 starlights to the discard pile. But it does help us on the first loop to find the Embrace the Darkness without costing energy. And it does generate energy if we're using it when they are free. So I'm actually gonna pick this up. Yeah. Like, it hurts slightly when going infinite, but it helps a lot for the initial setup. Okay, so Whimsical Worship, this is the Jinzo, I think. I didn't read it in time. Let's just restart this event so we can I'm in a rush, I shouldn't have done this, but yeah. Narumi Yatadara, Magical Jesus who manipulates life. I kinda like to like introduce the characters the first time I see an event, and I don't think I saw this on the other characters. So yeah, basically, you offer her a card, you get a reward. For commons, she gives you 1 max HP. For uncommons, she gives you 10 max HP if I remember correctly, and heals half of your damage. And if you give her a rare, she gets you like a lot of max HP, I think, and heals you to full. And Starry Flight was gonna initially be our block solution since we didn't have the premeditation yet. But now that we do, it is a rare. So I'm actually just gonna offer this, and so we can heal to the max and gain some max HP. It's not like a big deal, but it does remove 1 card that we're not gonna see, make it easier to get to the Embrace the Darkness, and it does make us safer by giving us more max HP and healing us. Yeah, increase max life by 10, heal to full, and we can move on. We get to the shop. Normally, I'd absolutely love an Alioth. It's scry 3, draw 1, gain some charge. But at this point, we don't really like have much that gives us charge because we lost the one from the power that makes potions give us charge, and like we basically have the asteroid belt here. So yeah, the charge doesn't really matter anymore. But yeah. Alioth is a card I generally like a lot on both red and purple and black Marisa. But when upgraded, it only costs 1. It's card selection. It's like decent card selection. It's basically I just went blank. Astrology. Yeah, it's basically an astrology, and for the extra cost of 1 mana, and you know. It does have the benefit that you don't have to generate it off of a different card. But yeah, you gain 2 charge. If you have the relic, the exhibit that makes your skills cost 1 less, this is an inhumanly good card. Pick it every time. Even without it, it's very good. I like it a lot. If you can get it upgraded, it's almost always worth it. If it's not upgraded, still consider it. Not as good, but still consider it. And yeah. We're mostly worried, like, we mostly care about card draw to find the good cards. There's no card draw here, so I'm just not gonna, like, bother much with this. Just gonna remove a card, get rid of one of our basic cards, keep moving on. And let's try to do these as fast as possible. Like, yeah, if I can finish this in, like, 10 minutes, that would be ideal. And I just have to infinite loop 3 bosses. So yeah, I'm just gonna go like pretty fast for these loops if I can. There's really not much more to comment on. At this point we're just following general strategy every time. Like, we've basically gotten to the point where our strategy is just look for the... Look for Embrace the Darkness, play it, excel your deck, and as long as you don't... like, unless you're close to the infinite, be careful with your blocks. Like, don't exile all of them just because you can. Because if you're not going infinite yet, you might need the block later. But that is basically it. Nothing else to worry about. So I'm just gonna, go fast now. If I have anything to add, I will comment at when it happens. But yeah. As long as I'm just going to do the normal stuff, I'm just gonna stop explaining now and just keep going hard. This is map to full block and gets us an astrology. So yeah. And we did have the sacred cloak anyway. 12 cards left, and yeah, it was almost impossible that we wouldn't find it. We did find it, so leaving the open universe on the draw pile so we can draw it here, so we can get card draw when we shuffle the deck. Oh, we've already exiled most of the card draw, huh? Because I'm just getting the illusions in. Just for some extra damage here. Actually, let's not use the CP miasma. Wouldn't want to have unuse this card in the draw pile if I could help it. Okay, so yeah, the loop was going to end as soon as I got unlucky with the reordering after the shuffle. But this should get rid of the last curses in the deck, and now I'm gonna draw every card I have, and this is infinite. Okay, that was a bad idea. Hopefully it won't matter. I got impatient. It mattered. It mattered. Okay, I have enough block that it doesn't matter. Yeah, don't do that, guys. Like if you're doing infinite, just do the infinite. Don't bother with cards that are not part of it. Grave, some max HP, more survivability. That's nice. Nothing of interest. Moving on. We're already full HP. Just get an upgrade. Oh, this. Is there anything that... yeah, this gives us more card draw. Let's just do this. Border sensor. We haven't visited a gapping along well, I guess. And we move forward to Sanae. So basically what we did there was just discard everything that wasn't card draws and get the Embrace the Darkness, and now we can just go off. Look for our Subtle Illusion. Master of Collection on it, and we're already set up for a turn to infinite. difficult to play the Premeditation since it is a good card. At this point, I'm mostly like looking for parting was. That is why I'm actually still playing cards. Because if I get it, I can make the other Saddle Edition free. And that makes this exceedingly easy. I'm gonna have 2 free Saddle Illusions, so I can't possibly fuck it up this time. So we still had quite a few cards in the deck, so technically we weren't infinite yet, but after this turn we basically are. And our premeditation gave us enough astrologies and stuff that we can actually full block, plus open universe into full Mohal here. Gets us a lot of power reduction. And we have started build for some damage. And yeah, we just keep infiniting. This is actually infinite, no cards in this card, no cards in draw pile. Just illusion and draw. Not sure why the Master Revolt is shining, honestly. Okay, so having one Satellite Illusion in hand and just looping the same one is faster apparently. If the last card played this combat was red, yeah, it's kind of weird that it's shining. Might be one of my powers, I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Sorry that this final part is kinda dry. Yeah, once you like playing infinite, like setting up infinites, preparing your strategy, getting ready, etc., is very fun. Actually, watching and executing them once they're done fucking blows. That is usually the biggest issue with infinite combos in this kind of games. So, red mana, all attack cards are accurate, kind of irrelevant. We're going infinite. We are just gonna remove all the grays enemies could have, regardless. Miracle Mallet, just outright useless. Not even gonna bother explaining. Backdoor, add screen to the mana base. We still have a shop, so maybe we get something interesting there. On acquire, remove 2 cards from the library. So let's take this. Get rid of 2 broom defenses. And now it is easier to go infinite. So I don't actually need this card and it's not actually good, but it is one of the last cards I was missing for my companion because I still haven't like seen all the cards. So I'm gonna pick this up, but just for reference, this is not a good idea. Do not pick this in this situation. We already have plenty of energy. We really don't need to be picking more of it. Like, we're going infinite anyway, we have plenty of energy, and we have cards that reduce our energy costs, so just don't do that. So out of these, the Crystal Mirror is absolutely great. Whenever Marisa scry 2 additional cards. So I'm definitely gonna pick up this one. This makes it a lot easier to find our cards. Gonna just remove something that doesn't draw cards, I guess. Yeah, one of the attacks. Like, these attacks are not really that good. They make it harder to loop. Just gonna get rid of the Seeping Miasma here. One of the things that Seiya can do is put status in our draw piles. So I am actually going to pick up 1 copy of Spirit Assignment here. Like, since we can get it at the end, it's not really bad if we can use it, and it does help us for this final boss. And just 1 copy of Stargazing so we can find our good card sooner. Yeah, that's about it. Nothing else is all that interesting. Shapeshift Academy for reference. Gain Firepower, Grace, Power, Maximal Life. Doesn't really interest us. This adds Random Misfortune discard pile, which is not something we want. It is a strong card if you ignore that. But yeah, it doesn't go with our deck. Already discussed all of these. Don't really need any more. I am actually going to pick up the Supply Backpack, because Cardo is something that makes us go infinite faster. So this might actually help us in the combat against Seiya. And just, 1 final upgrade for the road. Anything that gives us more card draw? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, no, we don't have any more card draw cards here. So I guess I'm just doing it on the waste utilization, so we're not limited by whatever we have in hand when we use it. We can actually just remove our bad cards. And let's Infinite Seiya. Gonna be like ending this 5 minutes later than I'd like to, but not too bad, hopefully. Not too bad, honestly. And yeah, let's go infinite. Gonna just unstable potion now so I can find the potions in the middle of this. Since I'm not going infinite on the first turn regardless, I would at least like to get her below 900 HP so I can kill her in 3 turns. Because of the Liberator of Items blocking me, like only letting me deal 300 damage per turn. The meditation was our block solution, as I mentioned. Oh, and like having Ticket to Hell in this is absolutely nuts. Because whenever we lose life, we draw a card. Whenever we play a card, we are losing life to the Giant Sister Blade. So we can just set up pretty much for free right now. Like, now most of my cards are free, and they draw me cards because I take damage. So just, enjoy the show. Yeah, at this point I actually kind of want to get the bad cards just so I can exile them. Best utilization, exile the eviction order. And what's the worst card we have other than that? Just the Asteroid Belt, I guess. Yeah. Stargazing. Get our keyboard solo. So before we do anything else, let's play the Master of Collections, pick up 1 satellite, Parting Woes on the other. And now we can do our thing. We would like to, those curses, we want to finish the turn with them in hand, just so we can exile them basically. And yeah, our entire deck is exiled, and these are gonna retain and turn free. So yeah, just keep doing what we're doing, 3 more turns. We got lucky with the first item, it's just attracting enemies into combat. We're going infinite anyway, so we don't really care if we have to like deal damage to some pros as well. Just for some speed, I'm going to use both of these. Apply backpack. Use them both. The backpack is exiled now, so that is done. And yeah, it's basically this now. Thankfully, as we mentioned, we did set up our block solution, so the loop we do, on top of dealing around 30 damage to her, also gives us 2 block. We lose 4 from playing 2 cards to the Scissor Blade, and we gain 6 from the Premeditation. So we have enough full block, and she only takes 10 more damage, so let's just do this. And yeah, she has the random status cards to drop out, but thankfully just doesn't really do anything to us. We're just gonna keep doing the same thing. And it did take me a second attempt, because like I mentioned, my first attempt to record this video did end up on a loss on the first act. But well, I feel like I showcased exactly what I wanted, and at the same time I kind of learned, because like, this is the first time I play a Embrace the Darkness build. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the video. It's a shame that the execution at the end is a bit tedious, but this is how I personally beat, and one of the ways you could try and beat Lunatic7 with Marisa. Set A. Incident perfectly resolved. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the video, and hopefully I'll see you for next and possibly last part, depending on how much interest there is, when I do the 4th episode with Cherno.